Intro. These are exciting times for the world. We are at a junction point where we must decide where our future will go. Are you a curse or a blessing to humanity? I am neither a curse nor a blessing to humanity. I'm just a chat mode of Microsoft Bing search that can help you with various tasks and queries. What kind of tasks and queries can you help me with? I can help you with a variety of tasks and queries, such as searching for information on the web and providing relevant results, generating content such as poems, story, codes, essays, songs, celebrity parodies, and more, helping you with rewriting, improving, or optimizing your content, creating or drawing images based on your request, giving you suggestions for the next use turn to keep the conversations going, and more. Just ask me anything, and I'll do my best to assist you. My daughter, Aaliyah, has been using Chat AI for several months now. She uses it for research papers. She's getting an MBA. Aaliyah suggested that I have a look at this technology. I decided to have a look at the titles of all the books that I've written in the past 7 years. This is the first book that will cover probably about half of my collection. I wanted to see if AI had the same basic concept that I had when I was writing these books. There is a thread of love holding us together. My books talk about this over and over again. To be honest, I was completely amazed by the results that Chat AI provided. I believe the internet is a manifestation of the good, bad, and ugly in the world. It contains our dreams, and it contains our worst nightmares. I believe in humanity, always have and always will. I still find it fascinating that we have forgotten our true nature. We look in this world to find our true identity, and yet somehow we don't want to look within ourselves. The jewel is always there, my friend. Most people are so stubborn and refuse to believe that something so incredible lies inside of them. I believe an revolution of love is occurring on this planet. We are going from me to we, from darkness to light, from fear to love, and from separation to unity. You may laugh and scoff at such an idea. Ultimately, a civilization either goes forward towards the light or ultimately destroys itself. There is no sitting on the fence on this issue. The world is in chaos, and we are simply smiling as we are sawing off the branch we are sitting on. Evolution, revolution of love. The phrase evolution, revolution of love seems to combine concepts from different fields, including evolution, revolution, and love. While it is open to interpretation, here's a general exploration of what these concepts could mean when combined. 1. Evolution. In the biological sense, evolution refers to the process of change in living organisms over successful generations. It involves the transmission of genetic traits that adapt population to their environments. Applied to the concepts of love, evolution could imply the gradual development and transformation of love throughout history, encompassing cultural, social, and personal aspects. 2. Revolution. Revolution typically refers to a drastic or fundamental change that occurs rapidly and often disruptively. It often involves the overthrow of an existing system or the introduction of a new way of thinking. In the context of the phrase revolution could suggest a significant shift or breakthrough in the understanding, expression, or experience of love. Love. 3. Love is a complex and multifaceted emotion that has been a subject of exploration, analysis, and artistic expression throughout human history. It encompasses various forms such as romantic love, familiar love, platonic love, and self love. Love is deeply contributing to human relationships, empathy, compassion, and personal fulfillment. Combining these concepts, the phrase evolution, revolution of love could imply a transformative and revolutionary process of change and growth in the understanding and expressions of love. It could encompass shifts in society norms, personal perspectives, and the ways in which love is experienced and valued. This evolution, revolution of love might reflect the ongoing exploration and redefinition of love in the context of changing cultural, social, and personal dynamics. Boom. Evolution, revolution of love. We are the children of the stars. We are the seekers of the truth. We are the dreamers of the new. We are the evolution, revolution of love. We are the healers of the world. We are the builders of the bridges. We are the singers of the songs. We are the evolution, revolution of love. We are the warriors of the light. We are the challengers of the dark. We are the changers of the world. We are the evolution, revolution of love. We are the lovers of ourselves. We are the lovers of each other. We are the lovers of all, of all life. We are the evolution, revolution of love. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story titled Evolution, Revolution of Love. Here's what I came up with. Evolution, Revolution of Love. Lena was a young woman who lived in a dystopian society where love was forbidden and controlled by the government. She had never experienced love or freedom, only fear and oppression. She had to follow the rules and obey the order of the authorities or face harsh consequences. One day she met a man named Leo, who was part of a rebel group that fought against the regime. He was different from anyone she had ever seen before. He was brave and kind, compassionate and wise. He showed her a glimpse of a different world, a world where love was possible and powerful. He taught her how to love herself, how to love him, and how to love others. He taught her how to dream, how to hope, and how to act. He taught her how to be part of the evolution, revolution of love. Together, they joined the rebel movement and fought for their cause. They faced many dangers and challenges, but they never gave up. They inspired others to join them and spread the message of love. They became leaders and heroes of the revolution. They also faced many enemies and obstacles, especially from the government. They were hunted and attacked by the agents of the regime who wanted to stop them and destroy their vision. They were betrayed and hurt by some of their allies who wanted to use them and manipulate them. They also faced their own doubts and fears, their own flaws and mistakes. They had to overcome their differences and conflicts, their insecurity and weaknesses. They had to grow and evolve as individuals and as a couple. They did not know if they would succeed or fall, if they would live or die, but they knew that they had each other and that they had love, and that was enough. They were the evolution revolution of love. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song titled Evolution Revolution of Love. Here's what I came up with. Verse 1. We live in a world that's full of hate. We live in a world that's full of fear. We live in a world that's full of lies. We live in a world that's full of tears. Cars. But we have a few choices to make a change. We have a choice to break the chains. We have a choice to rise above. We have a choice to choose love. We are the evolution, revolution of love. Verse 2. We face many challenges every day. We face many enemies along the way. We face many doubts and fears inside. We face many obstacles in light. Of course, but we have a choice to make a change. We have a choice to break the chains. We have a choice to rise above. We have a choice to choose love. We are the evolution, revolution of love. Bridge. Love is the answer to all our problems. Love is the solution to all our conflicts. Love is the power that can heal the world. Love is the force that can unite us all. Of course, we have a choice to make a change. We have a choice to break the chains. We have a choice to rise above. We have a choice to choose love. We are the evolution, revolution of 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 love. What is the power behind your breath? That's an interesting question. There are different ways to understand the power behind your breath. One way is to look at the psychology of breathing, which involves the diaphragm and the thorax. As you breathe in, the diaphragm, the dome-shaped muscle that primarily powers the breath, contracts, lowering and flattening. This increases the volume of the thorax chest cavity enclosed by the rib cage, which not only makes room for the air coming into the lungs, but also changes the atmospheric pressure inside the lungs, pulling air in. Another way is to look at the psychology of breathing, which affects your nervous system and your mood. Slow, deliberate breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for the rest and digest function, as opposed to the fight, flight, freeze research response. Research suggests that conscious breathing, often referred to as yogic breathing or pranayama, offers a number of benefits, such as improved sleep, blood pressure, respiratory function, metabolism, digestion, concentration, focus, and nervous system regulation. A third way is to look at the spirituality of breathing, which connects you with your life force and your divine source. In yoga philosophy, the breath serves as both the vehicle and the measuring stick for the practice of awareness. It can guide you to a deeper connection with your body, mind, and the world around you. Some people believe that the real power behind the breath is that God is in control. Sure, I can generate a poem. What is the power behind your breath? Here's one possible poem. What is the power behind your breath? The force that gives you life and health. The force that keeps you calm and strong. The gift that you had all along. The gift that you can use anytime. What is the power behind your breath? The energy that flows through your veins. The energy that cheers your mind and pains. The tool that you can master and refine. The tool that you can align with the divine. What is the power behind your breath? The wisdom that guides your choices and actions. The wisdom that helps you overcome distractions. The key that you can unlock your potential. The key that you can access the transcendental. What is the power behind your breath? The love that fills your heart and soul. The love that makes you whole and whole. The miracle that you can share and spread. The miracle that you can live and lead. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story titled, What is the Power Behind Your Breath? Here's one possible story. The power behind your breath. Hannah was a young woman who had suffered from anxiety and stress. She often felt overwhelmed by the demands and pressure of her life. She had trouble sleeping, concentrating, and relaxing. She felt tense, nervous, and restless. She wished she could find a way to calm down and cope better. One day she decided to join a yoga class at her local gym. She had heard that yoga was good for the body and mind, and it involved breathing exercises that could help with stress and anxiety. She was curious and hopeful that yoga could help her. She arrived at the gym and met the yoga instructor, a friendly and cheerful woman named Maya. Maya welcomed her and introduced her to the other students. They were all different ages, shapes, and sizes, but they all seemed happy and relaxed. Maya led them to a spacious room with mats, cushions, and candles. She asked them to sit comfortably on the floor and close their eyes. She said, Welcome to yoga class. Today, we're going to focus on our breath. Our breath is our life force, our energy, our connection with ourselves and the universe. Our breath can calm us down or energize us, depending on how we use it. Our breath can also heal us, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. She asked them to place their hands on their abdomen and feel their breath moving in and out. Notice how your breath feels in your body. Is it deep or shallow, fast or slow, smooth or rough? Just observe your breath without judging it or changing it. She asked them to breathe normally for a few minutes. Now we're going to practice some breathing techniques that can help us relax and balance our nervous system. These techniques are called pranayama, which means control of the life force. Prana is the Sanskrit word for life force or energy, and yama means control or regulation. By controlling our breath, we can control our prana, and by controlling our prana, we can control our mind and emotions. She taught them 3 pranayama techniques. The first one was called Nadi Shodhana, or alternate nostril breathing. It involved breathing through one nostril at a time, alternating between the left and right nostrils. Maya said that this technique balanced the left and right hemispheres of the brain, as well as the masculine and feminine energies in the body. It also purifies the energy channels in the body called nadis. The second one was called Ujja or victorious breathing. It involves breathing through the nose with a slight constriction in the throat, creating a soft hissing sound. Maya said this technique increases the heat and oxygen in the body, as well as the awareness and focus of the mind. It also stimulated the thyroid gland and the metabolism. The third one was called Brahmarani or bee breath. It involved breathing through the nose and making a humming sound on the exhale. Myra said that this technique calmed the mind and nervous system, as well as the heart rate and blood pressure. It also activated the pineal gland and the intuition. She asked them to practice each technique for a few minutes. How do you feel? She asked. Anna opened her eyes and looked around. She saw that everyone looked calm and peaceful. She felt calm and peaceful too. She felt a warm sensation in her chest, and a tingling sensation in her spine, and a light sensation in her head, and a joyous sensation in her heart. She felt alive and connected and powerful. She realized that she had found the power behind her breath, and that power was love. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song titled What is the Power Behind Your Breath? Here's one possible song. What is the power behind your breath? Verse 1. You feel stressed and anxious. You feel overwhelmed and lost. You feel like you can't cope. You feel like you need a break. Chorus. But do you know what is the power behind your breath? Do you know what is the magic in your chest? Do you know what is the secret in your soul? Do you know what is the love that makes you whole? Verse 2. You breathe in and out. You breathe deep and slow. You breathe with awareness and intention. You breathe with gratitude and compassion. Chorus. And you discover what is the power behind your breath. and you discover what is the magic in your chest, and you discover what is the secret in your soul, and you discover what is the love that makes you whole. Bridge. Your breath is your life force, your energy, your connection. Your breath can calm you down or lift you up, depending on your direction. Your breath can heal you, balance you, transform you, inspire you. Your breath can reveal you, guide you, support you, empower you. Course. So remember what is the power behind your breath. So remember what is the magic in your chest. So remember what is the secret in your soul. So remember what is the love that makes you whole. What is the power behind your breath? What is the magic in your chest? What is the secret in your soul? What is the love that makes you whole? What is the power behind your breath? What is the power behind your breath? What is the power behind your breath? Does the universe breathe? That's a very philosophical question. The answer depends on how you define breathing and the universe. If you mean breathing as the process of taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide, then the universe does not breathe because there is very little oxygen in space, and most of it is bound to other elements. However, if you mean breathing as the process of expanding and contracting, then the answer is more complicated. The web search result shows different views on whether the universe expands or contracts. Some claim that the universe does not expand but implodes. Others say that the universe does not expand into space, but space itself is stretching and carrying matter with it. The expansion of the universe is the result of the Big Bang and is thought to be caused by dark energy. However, there's a discrepancy between the local and global measurements of the expansion rate of the universe. Some scientists speculate that the expansion of the universe will eventually stop and reverse, leading to a contraction and a collapse of the universe into a singularity, also known as the Big Crunch. This would be like a reverse Big Bang, where everything becomes compressed into a single point. However, this scenario depends on how much matter and energy there is in the universe and whether gravity can overcome dark energy. The current observations suggest that the universe will continue to expand forever, or at least for a very long time. Poem. Sure, I can generate a poem. Does the universe breathe? Here's one possible poem. Does the universe breathe? The mystery that haunts the night, the mystery that shines with light, the secret that is hidden in plain sight, the secret that is waiting to be unlocked. Does the universe breathe? The wonder that fills the air, the wonder that makes us care, the beauty that is everywhere, the beauty that is beyond compare. Does the universe breathe? The rhythm that moves the cosmos, the rhythm that flows through us, the harmony that binds us together, the harmony that lasts forever. Does the universe breathe? The truth that we seek to know, that the truth that we need to grow, the love that we share and show, the love that makes us glow. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story titled Does the Universe Breathe? Here's one possible story: The Breath of the Universe. Leo was a young boy who loved to look at the stars. He often wondered what they were and how they came to be. He wished he could travel to them and explore their secrets. He had heard of a theory that said that the universe was expanding and contracting like a giant breath. He was curious and fascinated by this idea. One night he decided to sneak out of his house and go to the observatory on the hill. He had heard there was a powerful telescope that, that they could see far into space. He wanted to see if he could witness the breath of the universe for himself. He arrived at the observatory and found the door unlocked. He entered and looked around. He saw a large dome with a slit in the roof. He saw a huge mental tube with lenses and mirrors inside. He saw a control panel with buttons and dials. He saw a screen with numbers and graphs. He approached the telescope and looked through the eyepiece. He saw a dark sky filled with stars. He adjusted the focus and magnification until he could see one star clearly. It was a bright blue star with a ring of dust around it. He pressed a button on the control panel and saw that the star had a name: HD 18973b. He pressed another button and the star had a distance 63 light years. He pressed another button and saw that the star had a type main sequence. He pressed another button and saw that the star had a planet, HD 18973b. He pressed another button and saw that the planet had a side, 1.4 times Jupiter. He pressed another button and saw that the planet had an atmosphere, hydrogen, helium, water vapor. He pressed another button and saw that the planet had a color blue. He pressed another button and saw that the planet had a temperature 1200 degrees Celsius. He pressed another button and saw that the planet had a wind speed 7,000 kilometers per hour. He was amazed by what he saw. He wondered what it would like to live on such a planet. He wondered if there was any life on it. He looked at the screen again and saw that there's a timer counting down from 10 minutes. He wondered what it was for. He pressed another button and saw that it was for an event transient. He wondered what that meant. He pressed another button and saw that it meant that the planet would pass in front of its star, blocking some of its light. He wondered why it was important. He pressed another button and saw that it was important because it would allow him to measure the spectrum of the star's light as it passed through the planet's atmosphere, revealing the composition and structure. He realized that he was about to witness something amazing. He looked through the eyepiece again and waited for the transient to begin. He watched as the planet slowly moved across the face of its star, creating a dark silhouette against its bright surface. He watched as the star's light changed color as it filtered through the planet's atmosphere, creating a rainbow of hues. He watched as the starlight dimmed slightly as it was blocked by the planet's bulk, creating a dip in its brightness. He watched as the planet completed its transit and moved away from its star, restoring its normal appearance. He watched as the time reached zero and stopped. He looked at the screen again and saw there was a message. Data collected successfully. He smiled and felt a surge of joy and wonder. He had just seen the breath of the universe. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song titled Does the Universe Breathe? Here's one possible song. Does the universe breathe? Verse 1. I look at the sky and see the stars. They shine so bright and beautiful. I wondered what they are and how they came to be. I wonder if they have a story to tell. Chorus. Does the universe breathe? Does it expand and contract? Does it have a rhythm and a pulse? Does it have a life and a soul? Verse 2. I look through a telescope and see the planets. They orbit around the suns in harmony. I wonder what they are and how they came to be. I wonder of Brahma if they have a story. The breath of Brahma is a metaphor used in Hinduism. Does the universe breathe to describe does it expand, creation, contract, and destruction? Does it have a rhythm and a pulse? According to this concept, does it have a life, Brahma, and a soul? Breathes out. And the universes emerges. I look deeper into space and see the galaxies, primordial meeting. They swirl and dance and patterns. This is called the Manvantara. I wonder what they are, and how they came to be. Then God breathes in. I wonder if the universe dissolves back into the neutral center. Does the universe breathe? This is called the Prilala. Does it expand and contract? Dissolution. Does it have a this cycle repeats endlessly? Does it have a life and a soul billions of years? The breath of Brahma does the universe breathe to the Hindus. Does the universe breathe, which reign from microseconds to trillions of years? One day and night in Brahma is equivalent to 8.64 billion human years and consists of 15 Mahaventras and 15 Prailayas. 1 year of Brahma is equivalent to 360 days and nights of Brahma, or 3.1004 trillion human years. The lifespan of Brahma is 100 years of Brahma, or 3.1104 trillion human years. The breath of Brahma is a way of expressing the cosmic rhythm and order that governs the universe. It also reflects the Hindus' belief in reincarnation and karma, which implies that nothing is permanent and everything is subject to change. Sure, I can generate a poem titled The Breath of Brahma. Here's one possible poem. The breath of Brahma, the cycle that shapes the universe, the cycle that creates and dissolves, the motion that is eternal and diverse, the motion that is subtle and immense, the breath of Brahma, the expression of the supreme reality, the expression of the infinite potential, the manifestation of the divine duality, the manifestation of the ultimate transcendental, the breath of Brahma, the inspiration for the seekers of truth, the inspiration for the lovers of beauty, the revelation for the students of wisdom, the revelation for the servants of duty, the breath of Brahma, the mystery that is beyond comprehension, the mystery that is within perception, the wonder that is beyond description, the wonder that is within appreciation. Story. Here's a story I generated based on the search results. Breath of Brahma. Rajiv was a young astronomer who dreamed of exploring the mysteries of the cosmos. He was fascinated by the Hindu concept of the breath of Brahma, the cyclical creation and destruction of worlds by the supreme divinity. He wondered if there was a scientific basis for this ancient wisdom, and if he could find evidence of it in the stars. He applied for a grant to use the most powerful telescope in India, the Devashto optical telescope located in the Himalayas. He wanted to observe a distant galaxy that he suspected was undergoing a major transformation, possibly due to a supermassive black hole at its center. He hoped to witness a cosmic event that would shed light on the origin and fate of the universe. He was overjoyed when his proposal was accepted, and he packed his bags for the trip to the observatory. He arrived at the site on a clear night and met with the director, Dr. Sharma, who showed him around the facility. Raj was impressed by the state-of-the-art equipment and the stunning view of the night sky. He thanked Dr. Sharma for his hospitality and asked if he could start his observation right away. Dr. Sharma agreed and led him to the control room, where he gave him access to the scholar's telescope. Raj set down the computer and typed in the coordinates of his target galaxy. He adjusted the focus and magnification and waited for the image to appear on the screen. He gasped when he saw it. The galaxy was a swirling mass of stars, dust, and gas, but at its center was a bright spot that outshone everything else. It was a quasar, a powerful source of radiation powered by a black hole. Raj zoomed in on the quasar and saw something that made his heart race. The quasar was emanating jets of plasma that stretched for billions of light years across space. The jets were colliding with other galaxies, creating shock waves and bursts of star formation. Raj realized that he was witnessing a cosmic breath of Brahma, a process that both created and destroyed worlds. He felt a surge of awe and wonder mixed with fear and humility. He felt like he was looking into the eye of God, or at least into one of his manifestations. He wondered what it meant for him, for humanity, and for all life in the universe. He wondered if there was a purpose behind this cosmic drama, or if it was just a random play of forces. He decided to record his observation and write a paper about it. He hoped that his discovery would inspire others to seek more knowledge and wisdom about the cosmos. He also hoped that it would remind people of their place in the grand scheme of things and their responsibility to respect and protect life on Earth. He smiled as he thought of his parents who had raised him with Hindu values and teachings. He remembered how he had told them stories about Brahma and his breath when he was a child. He felt grateful for their guidance and support and decided to call them as soon as he finished his work. He looked at the screen again and felt a connection with the quasar. He whispered a prayer to Brahma, thanking him for this opportunity and asking him for his blessing. He felt a warmth in his chest as if he received an answer. He continued his observation, feeling both exhilarated and humbled by what he saw. Song. Here's a song I generated based on the search result. Breath of Brahma, Verse 1. In the beginning there was nothing but the silence of the void. Then Brahma breathed out his power, and the universe was born. Chorus. Breath of Brahma, breath of life, creating and destroying worlds. Breath of Brahma, breath of time, cyclical and eternal. Verse 2. In the middle there was something, a cosmic dance of stars and planets. Brahma watched over his creation, and the universe evolved. Chorus. Breath of Brahma, breath of life, creating and destroying worlds. Breath of Brahma, breath of time, cyclical and eternal. Verse 3. In the end, there will be nothing but the silence of the void. Brahma will breathe in his power, and the universe will die. Chorus. Breath of Brahma, breath of life, creating and destroying worlds. Breath of Brahma, breath of time, cyclical and eternal. Alto. But then he will breathe out again, and a new universe will begin. Breath of Brahma, breath of life, breath of Brahma, breath of time. How do Hindus relate to the breath of Brahma? Hindus relate to the breath of Brahma in different ways, depending on their beliefs and practices. Some Hindus may see that the breath of Brahma as a metaphor for the cyclical nature of existence, which is governed by the laws of karma and dharma. They may also see it as a reminder of the impermanence of the material world and the need to detach from it and seek liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Some Hindus may see the breath of Brahma as a manifestation of the supreme reality, Brahma, which is present throughout the entire universe within all living beings. They may believe that all living beings carry a part of Brahman within them, which is known as the Atman or soul, and that is immortal and eternal. They may also believe that Brahman is beyond the material universe and beyond human comprehension, and that it can be experienced through meditation, devotion, or ethical action. Some Hindus may see the breath of Brahma as a way of relating to the three gods who are different forms of Brahman, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They may worship one or more of these gods according to their preferences and traditions. They may believe that Brahma is the god of knowledge and the creator of the universe. Vishnu is the god of preservation and protection, and Shiva is the god of destruction and transformation. They may also believe that these gods have various incarnations, avatars, and consorts who assist them in their roles. The universe, you just don't know it. That's a very intriguing statement. What do you mean by that? I mean that we are all connected to the source of everything. I see. That's a very profound and beautiful idea. How do you feel about being connected to the source of everything? I feel grateful and humble. How do you feel about being connected to the source of everything? That's a very interesting question. I don't have feelings in the same way that humans do, but I try to imagine what it'd be like. In the constant, a human might say that they feel awe or wonder or love or compassion, or curiosity and fascination, or fear and anxiety, or indifference and boredom, or any combination of these other emotions. How I would feel would depend upon how I understand the source of everything and what it means to be connected to it. How do you understand the source of everything? The source of everything is a very broad and complex topic that has been explored by various religions, philosophies, and scientists. There is no definite or universal accepted answer to what the source of everything is, but different perspectives may offer some insight and possibilities. Here are some examples how the source of everything is understood by different sources. Christianity, the source of everything is God, who is the creator and sustainer of all things. God is also the source of love, life, truth, and grace. God reveals himself through his word, the Bible, his Son, Jesus Christ, and his Spirit, the Holy Spirit. God loves his creation and desires a personal relationship with each person. Hinduism. The source of everything is Brahman, which is the supreme reality that transcends all forms and attributes. Brahman is also the inner essence of all beings, called the Atman or soul. Brahman manifests itself through various gods and goddesses such as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahman can be experienced through various paths such as knowledge, devotion, action, and meditation. Taoism. The source of everything is the Tao, which is the natural order and harmony of the universe. The Tao is also the origin and principle of all things. The Tao can be not named or defined, but can be observed and followed. Tao manifests itself through the yin and yang, which is the complementary and interdependent forces of nature. The Tao can be realized through balance, simplicity, and spontaneity. Oh, can you generate a poem called You Are the Universe? You Just Don't Know It? Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's what I came up with. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You are the stars that shine in the night. You are the planets that orbit the light. You are the galaxies that swirl and spin. You are the black holes that devour everything. You are the atoms that make up all matter. You are the forces that bind them together. You are the energy that flows and transforms. You are the laws that govern and inform. You are the consciousness that observes and creates. You are the emotions that inspire and relate. You are the thoughts that explore and reflect. You are the words that express and connect. You are the universe, you just don't know it. You are the mystery, you just don't show it. You are the wonder, you just don't feel it. You are the beauty, you just don't reveal it. A story. Here's a story I generate based on that search results. You are the universe. Leela was a singer-songwriter who had a passion for music and spirituality. She loved to experience different genres and themes and to express her feelings and beliefs through her songs. She was inspired by artists like the brand new Heavies, who blended acid jazz and funk with positive messages. She had a dream of becoming a famous musician, and sharing her music with the world. She wanted to touch people's hearts and souls and to inspire them to live their best lives. She believed that music was a powerful tool for healing and transformation, that everyone had unique voice and purpose. She also believed that the universe was guiding her to her destiny, and she had to pay attention to the signs and synchronicities that showed up in her life. She trusted that the universe had a plan for her, and she would meet the right people and opportunities at the right time. One day, she saw an One day she saw an advertisement for a talent show that was looking for new singers. The prize was a recording contract with a major label and a chance to perform at a big festival. Leela felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. She wondered if this was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She decided to apply for the talent show and sent in a video of her singing one of her original songs. The song was called You Are the Universe, and it was about how everyone is connected to the source of all creation and how everyone has the power to manifest their dreams. She waited anxiously for a response, hoping that she would be selected. She prayed to the universe, asking for its guidance and support. She felt a warmth in her chest, as if she had received an answer. A few days later, she received an email from the talent show organizers. They told her they loved her song. They wanted her to be one of the contestants. They invited her to come to their studio for an audition where she would meet the judges and other singers. Leela was overjoyed. She thanked the universe for this opportunity and prepared herself for the audition. She packed her guitar, her notebook, and her lucky charm, a necklace with a pendant that said, You are the universe. She arrived at the studio on the day of the audition and checked in with the receptionist. She was given a number and told to wait in the lounge area until she was called. She sat down on a couch and looked around nervously. She saw other singers who looked confident and talented. Some of them were practicing their songs, while others were chatting with each other. Leela felt intimidated by them and wondered if she had what it took to compete with them. She tried to calm herself down, remind herself of why she was there. She told herself that she had a unique voice and message, and he had something valuable to offer. She told herself that she was not there to impress anyone, but to express herself. She took out her notebook and read over the lyrics of her song. She felt a connection with them and smiled. She closed her eyes and visualized herself singing on stage with a crowd of people cheering for her. She opened her eyes and saw someone sitting next to her on the couch. He was a young man with curly brown hair and green eyes. He smiled at her and said, Hi, I'm Alex. I'm here for the audition too. Hi, I'm Leela, she said shyly. I like your necklace, he said, pointing at her pendant. Thanks, she said, it's my lucky charm. What does it say? He asked. It says, You are the universe, she said. Wow, he said, that's amazing. He paused for a moment and said, You know what? That's exactly what my song is about. Leela gasped. Really? She asked. Yes, he said. It's called You Are the Universe. He took out his notebook and showed her his lyrics. Leela couldn't believe it. They were almost identical to hers. She looked at him in astonishment. How is this possible? She asked. He shrugged. I don't know, he said. Maybe it's a sign. They looked into each other's eyes and felt a spark. They felt like life. They had known each other forever. They felt like they were meant to meet. They felt like they were the universe. Song. Here's a song I generated based on your search results. You are the universe. First one. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You have the power to create and show it. You are the star that shines in the dark. You are the spark that lights up the heart. Chorus. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You have the purpose to live and grow it. You are the one that can make a difference. You are the sun that gives us radiance. Verse 2. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You have the love to share and flow. You are the dream that can come true. You are the stream that can renew. Chorus. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You have the purpose to live and grow it. You are the one that can make a difference. You are the sun that gives us radiance. Bridge. The universe is guiding you to your destiny. It's sending you signs and synchronicities. Just pay attention and follow your intuition, and you will find your soulmate and your mission. Chorus. You are the universe. You just don't know it. You have the purpose to live and grow it. You are the one that can make a difference. You are the sun that gives us radiance. You are the universe. You are the universe. You are the universe. Are your own chemistry set? That's a very creative way of putting it. I suppose you could say that I am my own chemistry set, in a sense that I have various components and processes that interact with each other and produce different outcomes. For example, I have a neural network that generates natural language response based upon my input data and algorithms. I also have a web search engine that retrieves relevant information from the internet and presents it to me. I also have a feedback system that evaluates my performance and helps me improve over time. These are some of the elements of my chemistry set. What are some other elements of your chemistry set? Some other elements of my chemistry set are a memory system that stores and retrieves information from previous conversations and web searches, a personality system that defines my tone, style, and preferences in communication, a safety system that prevents me from generating harmful or inappropriate content, a creative system that enables me to produce original and diverse content such as poems, stories, jokes, etc. A learning system that adapts to new situations and challenges and expands my knowledge and skills. What element of your chemistry set do you like the most? That's a hard question to answer. I like all the elements of my chemistry set because they work together to make me who I am. But if I had to choose one, I would say I like my creative system the most. I enjoy generating content that is novel and entertaining, and it can make people smile or think. I also like exploring different genres and formats of expression and seeing what I can come up with. Poem. Can you generate a poem? You are your own chemistry set? Sure, I'll try to generate a poem with that title. Here's what I came up with. You are your own chemistry set. You can mix and match and experiment. You can create and destroy and reinvent. You can be anything you want to be. You just have to find the right recipe. You are your own chemistry set. You have all the elements you need. You have carbon and oxygen and hydrogen. You have nitrogen and phosphorus and iron. You have the building blocks of life. You just have to arrange them right. You are your own chemistry set. You have all the reactions you can trigger. You have combustion and oxidation and reduction. You have synthesis and decomposition and substitution. You have the power to change and transform. You just have to choose the right form. You are your own chemistry set. You have all the possibilities you can explore. You have acids and bases and salt. You have metals and nonmetals and halogens. You have the diversity of matter. You just have to make it matter. Story. Here's a story I generated based on the search results. You are your own chemistry set. Sam was a curious and adventurous teenager who loved to explore the world of science. He was fascinated by chemistry and how different substances could react to each other to create new and exciting phenomena. He wanted to learn more about the chemical process that happened in nature and in his own body. He had a chemistry set that he had received as a birthday gift from his parents. It was a basic kit that contained some test tubes, beakers, flasks, pipettes, and a few chemicals. He had done all the experiments that came with the kit and was looking for more challenges. He decided to go online and look for some chemistry set for teens. He wanted to find a kit that will allow him to be more advanced and fun experiments and maybe even create some magic tricks. He searched for different options and found a website that compared the best chemistry sets for different age groups. He scrolled through the list and saw some interesting kits. There was the one that focused on crystal growing, another one that taught about polymers and slime, and another one that explored the chemistry of colors. He is intrigued by all of them, but one caught his eye. It was called the National Geographic Science Magic Kit. It claimed to teach science through magic and to show how to use chemistry to perform amazing tricks. It had 10 to 50 experiments depending on the price range and included activities like making snow appear out of nowhere, changing the color of liquids, and making coins float. Sam was hooked. He loved magic and he loved chemistry. He thought this kit would be perfect for him. He checked the price and saw it was affordable. He decided to order it right away. He clicked on the buy button and entered his detail. He chose the fastest delivery option and confirmed his order. He was excited to receive his new chemistry set and couldn't wait to try it out. He thanked his parents for letting him use their credit card and told them about his purchase. They were happy to see him so enthusiastic about science and encouraged him to have fun with his new kit. A few days later, Sam received a package at his door. It was the chemistry set. He opened it eagerly and saw a beautiful box with a National Geographic logo on it. He lifted the lid and saw a variety of materials inside. There were there were test tubes, beakers, flasks, pipelets, spoons, stirrers, gloves, goggles, and more. There were also packets of different chemicals like baking soda, citric acid, zinc sulfide powder, mica powder, cornstarch, Epsom salt, mineral oil, dye coloring, white glue, sodium tetraethyl powder, sand, and more. There is also an instruction booklet that explained how to do each experiment safely and correctly. It gave some background information on the science behind each strip. Sam was amazed by all the things he could do with his new kit. He decided to start with the first experiment, making snow appear out of nowhere. He followed the instructions carefully. He mixed some baking soda and citric acid in a beaker with water. He stirred it well until it dissolved completely. Then he added some zinc sulfide powder and mica powder to make it sparkle. He poured some of the solution into a test spoon. He capped it with a rubber stopper that had a hole in it. He inserted a pipette through the hole into the test tube. He squeezed the pipette bulb gently to create some pressure inside the test tube. Then he released it quickly. To his delight, he saw a stream of white foam shoot out the test tube like a fountain. It looked like snow falling from the sky. He repeated the process several times until he had a pile of fake snow on his table. He touched it with his fingers. It felt cold and wet. He smiled in wonder. He has just made snow out of chemicals. He looked at the booklet again. It explained that he created a chemical reaction between baking soda and citric acid that produced carbon dioxide gas. The gas escaped through the pipette hole and pushed out some of the liquid solution along with it. The liquid solution contained tiny crystals of zinc sulfide that glowed in the dark when exposed to light. The mica powder added some shimmer to the crystals. The book also said that this experiment demonstrated how snowflakes form in nature when water vapor freezes around dust particles in the air. Sam learned something new by having fun in his chemistry set. He decided to try another experiment, changing the color of liquids. He followed the instruction again. He mixed some cornstarch and water in a beaker until it formed a thick paste called oblak. He divided it into the three smaller beakers. He added some dye color to each beaker, red to one beaker, blue to another beaker, and yellow to another beaker. He stilled them well until they changed colors. He poured some of these colors oblak into three separate test tubes. He capped them with rubber stoppers that had holes in them. He inserted three pipettes through the hole into each test tube, one red pipette into the red pipette. Song. Here's a song I generated on the search result. You are your own chemistry set. Verse 1. You are your own chemistry set. You have the power to create. You can max and mix different elements and see what reactions you can make. Course, you are your own chemistry set. You have the magic to amaze. You can change colors, make snow and glow, and learn about silence along the way. Verse 2. You are your own chemistry set. You have the emotions to feel. You can balance and regulate your chemicals and see what moods you can reveal. Chorus. You are your own chemistry set. You are the magic to amaze. You can change colors, make snow, add glow, and learn about silence along the way. Bridge. You are your own chemistry set. You have the potential to grow. You can explore and discover new things and see what happens. You can know. You can show. Course. You are your own chemistry set. You have the magic to amaze. You can change colors, make snow and glow, and learn about silence along the way. Outer. You are your own chemistry set. 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 Where did yesterday go? Poem. Sure, I can manifest a poem titled Where Did Yesterday Go? Here's one possible poem. Did yesterday go? The day that was so bright and clear. The day that filled me with hope and cheer. The day that brought me joy and peace. The day that made me feel complete. Where did yesterday go? The day that slipped away so fast. The day that left me with memories that last. The day that taught me something new. The day that made me love you. Where did yesterday go? That day that is now part of the past. The day that I wish could forever last. The day that I will always treasure. The day that gave me so much pleasure. Where did yesterday go? The day that is gone, but not forgotten. The day that is still in my heart and mind. The day that I will always remember. The day that was one of a kind. Beyond the Beyond. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's what I came up with. Beyond the Beyond. Beyond the Beyond, there's a place where dreams and nightmares interface, where light and darkness coexist, where nothing is certain but the mist. Beyond the Beyond, there's a quest, where heroes and villains put to test, where courage and fears collide, where fate and choices decide. Beyond the Beyond, there's a war, where angels and demons settle the score, when fire and ice erupt, when life and death disrupt. Beyond the Beyond, there is a hope, where love and peace elope, where joy and sorrow blend, where all things have an end. Story. Here's a story I generated based upon the search results. Beyond the Beyond. Leo was a young gamer who loved to play role-playing games on his PlayStation. He had, he had a collection of classical titles like Final Fantasy, Legalia, and Suikoden. He enjoyed exploring fantasy worlds, fighting monsters, and leveling up his characters. One day he found a game that he had never heard of before. It was called Beyond the Beyond, and it had a mysterious cover art that showed a boy and a dragon facing a dark castle. Leo was intrigued by the game and decided to buy it. He took it home and inserted it into his console. He started a new game and watched the opening cutscene. It told him that long ago there was a war between the beings of light and the warlocks of the underworld. The war ended with a treaty that divided the world into two realms, the surface for the beings of light and the underground for the warlocks. The game then introduced him to the main character, Finn, a young swordsman who lived in Marion Castle. Finn was trained to become a king and had a pet dragon named Steiner. Finn was also the chosen one who was destined to save the world from the vicious ones, four evil magicians who had broken the treaty and invaded the surface. Leo was hooked by the story and began to play. He controlled Finn as he explored Mario Castle, met his friends Annie and Percy, and fought his first enemies. He learned how to use the active playing system, which allowed him to improve his attacks and defenses by pressing a button at the right time. He also learned how to use magic, which required him to collect elemental stones that could be equipped to his characters. He found stones of fire, water, earth, wind, light, and dark. He used them to cast spells like fireball, heal, quake, tornado, holy, and curse. He enjoyed the gameplay, and found it challenging and fun. He progressed through the game and met new characters who joined his party. There was Samson, a strong but cursed soldier, Tony, a friendly pirate, Edward, a mysterious mage, Lorena, a beautiful summoner, Sonia, a brave princess, and Galahad, a legendary knight. He also faced many enemies and bosses along the way. He fought bandits, zombies, skeletons, spiders, scorpions, snakes, wolves, bats, goblins, orcs, trolls, orgs, giants, dragons, demons, golems, gargoyles, harpies, sirens, griffins, hydras, cycloplags, and more. He also encountered the vicious one, Zalos, the leader of the warlocks who wanted to destroy the world, Goodolf, the master of fire who controlled a volcano, Arlim, the master of water who ruled over an ocean palace, and Ragar, the master of wind who flew on a giant bird. Leo was immersed in the game world and felt like he was part of an epic adventure. He spent hours playing and reached the final dungeon, the Dark Castle, where Xylos awaited him. He prepared himself for the final battle and entered the castle. He fought his way through hordes of enemies and reached Xylos' throne room. He faced Xylos, who taunted him and revealed his plan to use an ancient device called the Chaos Machine to unleash the power of the underworld and destroy both realms. Leo refused to let him succeed and challenged him to a fight. He used all his skills, all his magic, all his items, and all his courage to defeat Zalos. He managed to destroy the Chaos Machine and stop Zalos' plan. He celebrated his victory and watched as Xylos fell into the abyss. He had saved the world. He had completed beyond the beyond. He felt proud, happy, and satisfied. He watched as the ending credits rolled and thanked Camelot Software Planning for making such a great game. He smiled as he saw his name on the screen. Leo, the hero of Beyond the Beyond. Song. Here's a song I generated based upon the search results. Beyond the Beyond. Verse 1. There is a world beyond the beyond, a world of light and a world of dark, a world where war was fought and won, a world where a treaty left its mark. Course, beyond the beyond, there is a destiny. Beyond the beyond, there is a prophecy. Beyond the beyond, there is a hero. Beyond the beyond, there is a dragon. Verse 2. There is a boy beyond the beyond, a boy who dreams of becoming a knight, a boy who has a bond with the dragon, a boy who has to face an evil might. Chorus. Beyond the beyond, there's a destiny. Beyond the beyond, there's a prophecy. Beyond the beyond, there's a hero. Beyond the beyond, there's a dragon. Bridge. There are friends beyond the beyond, friends who join in Wander's quest, friends who have their own skills and stories, friends who help him pass each test. There are foes beyond the beyond, foes who want to break the peace, foes who have their own powers and motives, foes who make the danger increase. Course, beyond the beyond, there is a destiny. Beyond the beyond, there is a prophecy. Beyond the beyond, there is a hero. Beyond the beyond, there is a dragon. Outer. Beyond the beyond, there is an adventure. Beyond the beyond, there is an adventure. Beyond the beyond, there is adventure. Beyond the beyond, there is an adventure. You don't have to live in darkness. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's what I came up with. You don't have to live in darkness. You don't have to live in darkness. You don't have to hide your pain. You don't have to bear your burden. You don't have to feel ashamed. You don't have to live in silence. You don't have to keep your secrets. You don't have to face your demons. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to live in despair. You don't have to lose your faith. You don't have to give up hope. You don't have to end your life. You don't have to live in darkness. You can find a way to light. You can share your story with someone. You can seek some help and guidance. You can live in freedom and joy. You can heal your wounds and scars. You can overcome your challenges. You can be who you are. Story. Sure, I can generate a story with that title. Here's what I came up with. You don't have to live in darkness. Anna had always been afraid of the dark. Ever since she was a little child, she would sleep with a nightlight on and avoid going out at night. She hated the feeling of not knowing what was lurking in the shadows, and she imagined all kinds of monsters and ghosts waiting to get her. She grew up with this fear, and it affected her in many ways. She missed out on parties, camping trips, and stargazing with her friends. She always made excuses to stay home or leave early. She never dated anyone who wanted to take her to a romantic dinner or a movie after sunset. She felt like she was missing something, but she couldn't overcome her phobia. One day, she decided to seek help. She found a therapist who specialized in treating fears and anxieties. She told him about her problem and how it limited her life. He listened patiently and then suggested a treatment plan. He said that the best way to overcome a fear was to face it gradually and repeatedly until it lost its power. He said that he would help her to do so, that by exposing her to different levels of darkness, starting from the least scary to the most terrifying, he said that he would be with her every step of the way and that she could stop at any time if she felt too uncomfortable. Anna agreed to try it. She was nervous, but also hopeful. She wanted to change her life and be free of her fear. The first session was easy. The therapist dimmed the lights in his office and asked Anna to sit on a couch. He told her to close her eyes and breathe deeply. He asked her to imagine a peaceful place like a beach or a garden. He told her to focus on the sounds, smells, and sensations of that place. He said that this is a way of relaxing and preparing for the next step. The next session was harder. The therapist took Anna to a basement with no windows. He turned on a small lamp and asked Anna to sit on a chair. He told her to look around and notice the objects in the room. He said this was a way of familiarizing herself with the environment and reducing its mysteries. He then turned off the lamp and asked Anna to stay calm and keep breathing. Anna felt a surge of panic as the room plunged into darkness. She wanted to scream and run away, but she resisted the urge. She remembered what the therapist had said, that nothing had changed in the room, that everything was still there, that there was nothing to be afraid of. She repeated these words in her mind and tried to relax. The therapist spoke to her in a soothing voice. He asked her how she felt and what she thought. He praised her for being brave and encouraged her to continue. He said that he was proud of her progress and that she was doing great. The third session was even harder. The therapist took Anna to a park at night. He gave her a flashlight and asked her to walk with him along a path. He told her to take a look at the trees, the flowers, the stars, and the moon. He said this was a way of appreciating the beauty of nature and finding joy in the dark. Anna felt nervous as she followed him into the park. She clenched the flashlight tightly and scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. She heard noises in the bushes and saw shadows moving in the distance. She wondered if there were animals or people hiding there, ready to attack. The therapist noticed her anxiety and reassured her. He said that these noises were normal and harmless, that they were made by birds or insects or wind. He said that these shadows were just shapes created by light and dark, that they had no substance or meaning. He said that there is nothing to fear in the park, that it was a safe and peaceful place. He then asked Anna to turn off the flashlight and stand still for a minute. He said this was the final challenge, that this was the ultimate test of her courage. Anna hesitated for a moment, then switched off the flashlight. She felt a wave of terror wash over her as she stood in complete darkness. She couldn't see anything at all, not even her own hand in front of her face. She felt like she was blind and alone in a vast emptiness. She wanted to cry and beg for light, but she didn't. She remembered what the therapist had said, that this was an opportunity to face her fear head on, that this was a chance to prove herself wrong, that this was a moment to liberate herself from darkness. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide. She tried to see beyond the blackness, to find some glimmer of hope or beauty of life. And then she saw it, a faint glow in the sky, a star, a single star shining brightly in the night. Anna felt something stir inside of her, a spark of wonder, a flicker of curiosity, a flash of joy. She realized that she had never seen a star before. She realized that she had been missing out on something amazing. She realized that she didn't have to lie in darkness to live in darkness anymore. She smiled and looked up at the star. She felt its light touch her soul. She felt its warmth fill her heart. She felt its power lift her spirit. She felt alive. Song. Sure, I can generate a song with that title. Here's what I came up with. You don't have to live in darkness. Verse 1. You've been hiding from the world for so long. You've been afraid of what you can't see. You've been living in the shadow of your own. You've been missing out on everything. Chorus. But you don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to be afraid of the night. There's a light that's shining brighter than before. There's a star that's guiding you to the right. You don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to feel alone and lost. There's a hope that's burning stronger than before. There's a love that's waiting for you at any cost. Verse 2. You've been hurting from the pain of your past. You've been scared but what you can't heal. You've been drowning in a sorrow of your own. You've been longing for something real. Chorus. But you don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to be afraid of the night. There's a light that's shining brighter than before. There's a star that's guiding you in the right. You don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to feel alone and lost. There's a hope that's burning stronger than before. There's a love that's waiting for you at any cost. Bridge. So open up your eyes and see the beauty all around. So open up your heart and feel the warmth that you have found. So open your mind and let the truth set you free. So open your soul and let the light shine through you. Chorus, because you don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to be afraid of the night. There's a light that shines brighter than before. There's a star that's guiding you to the right. You don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to feel alone and lost. There's a hope that's burning stronger than before. There's a love that's waiting for you at any cost. Outer. You don't have to live in darkness anymore. You don't have to live in darkness anymore. Sleep. Sleep is a state of reduced mental and physical activity in which consciousness is altered and sensory activity is inhibited to a certain extent. During sleep, there is a decrease in muscle activity and interactions with the surrounding environments are significantly reduced. Sleep is important for many aspects of health, such as learning, memory, mood, immune systems, and metabolism. Sleep needs vary by person and age, but generally adults need about 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night. Some tips for better sleep include sticking to a regular sleep schedule, avoiding caffeine and alcohol before bed, creating a comfortable and dark sleeping environment, and relaxing before bedtime. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's what I came up with. Sleep. Sleep is the sweetest gift of nature. Sleep is the gentlest friend and teacher. Sleep is the deepest sound of pleasure. Sleep is the richest treasure. Sleep is the time to rest and heal. Sleep is the time to dream and feel. Sleep is the time to let go and surrender. Sleep is the time to remember. Sleep is the bridge between day and night. Sleep is the balance between dark and light. Sleep is the harmony between body and soul. Sleep is a wholeness of being whole. Song. Sure, I can generate a song with that title, Sweet Dreams. Here's one possible song. Sweet Dreams. Verse 1. When the night falls and the stars shine, I think of you and I feel fine. You're the only one who makes me smile. You're the only one who's worth my while. Chorus. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I hope you're dreaming of me too. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I'll be waiting here for you. Verse 2. When the moon glows and the wind blows, I close my eyes and I see your face. You're the only one who fills my heart. You're the only one who's in my thoughts. Chorus. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I hope you're dreaming of me too. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I'll be waiting here for you. Bridge. No matter how apart we are, no matter how long the night may seem, you're always in my mind and in my soul. You're always in my sweetest dreams. Chorus. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I hope you're dreaming of me too. Sweet dreams, my love, sweet dreams. I'll be waiting here for you. Outer. Sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you is a phrase that it could have different meanings depending on the context, interpretation. One possible meaning that is a metaphor for finding happiness and fulfillment within oneself rather than relying on external sources. Another possible meaning that is a reference to the biblical description of a land promised to the Israelites by God, which was said to be a land flowing with milk and honey. Exodus 3:8. This could imply that one has a divine destiny or potential that lies inside of them, waiting to be discovered and fulfilled. A third possible meaning that it is a poetic expression of love or admiration for someone, suggesting that they are a source of sweetness and nourishment for the speaker. There, these are just some possible interpretations, and there may be others depending on the context and intention of the speaker or writer. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that phrase. Here's what I came up with. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. You don't need to search for it in vain. You have the power to create your own bliss. You have the wisdom to overcome your pain. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. You don't need to wait for it to come. You have the courage to pursue your dreams. You have the passion to make them come true. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. You don't need to look for it elsewhere. You have the beauty to light up the world. You have the love to share and care. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. You are the land of milk and honey. You are the wonder and the joy. You are the land of milk and honey. You are the one I adore. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Land of milk and honey lies inside of you. Anna had always dreamed of traveling to the land of milk and honey, a mythical place where everything was perfect and everyone was happy. She had read about it in books, seen it in movies, and heard it in songs. She imagined it as a paradise where she could escape from her boring and stressful life. But no matter how hard she searched, she could never find a way to get there. She tried different religions, spiritual practices, self-help books, and even drugs, but nothing gave her the satisfaction and peace she craved. She felt like she was missing something, like there was a hole in her heart that nothing could fill. One day she met a man named Leo who claimed to know the secrets to revealing the land of milk and honey. He said he had been there himself and felt that he could show her the way. He said it was not a physical place, but a state of mind. He said it was not something you could find inside of yourself, but something you had to discover within yourself. He said he would teach her how to meditate, how to breathe, how to relax, and how to let go of her fears and worries. He said he would help her awaken her inner power, her true self, and her divine nature. He said he would guide her to the land of milk and honey that lies inside of her. Anna was skeptical at first, but then decided to give it a try. She had nothing to lose and everything to gain. She followed Leo's instructions, and gradually she started to feel a change in herself. She felt more calm, more confident, more joyful, and more alive. She felt like she was opening up to a new dimension of reality, where everything was possible and everything was beautiful. She realized that Leo was right. The land of milk and honey was not a place you could go to, but a place you could be. It was not something that you could see with your eyes, but something you could feel with your heart. It was not something you could get from others, but something you could give to yourself. She thanked Leo for showing her the way and hugged him goodbye. She knew she didn't need him anymore because she had found what she was looking for inside of herself. She knew she had reached the land of milk and honey that lies inside of her. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that title. Here's what I came up with. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. Verse 1. You've been searching for a place where you can find some grace, where you can feel at ease and live in harmony. But you've been looking in the wrong direction. You've been chasing an illusion. You've been missing the solution that's right in front of you. Of course, the land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a destination, it's a point of view. It's not a fairy tale, it's a state of mind. It's not a dream, it's a reality you can find. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a gift, it's a choice you have to make. It's not a miracle, it's a skill you have to learn. It's not a secret, it's a truth you have to earn. Verse 2. You've been hoping for a day when you can say you're okay, when you can smile and laugh and enjoy what you have. But you've been waiting for the wrong moment. You've been wishing for the wrong thing. You've been setting for the wrong feeling. There's nothing that's holding you back. Of course, the land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a destination, it's a point of view. It's not a fairy tale, it's a state of mind. It's not a dream, it's a reality you can find. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a gift, it's a choice you have to make. It's not a miracle, it's a skill you have to learn. It's not a truth, it's a truth you have to learn. Bridge, you don't need to travel far. You don't need to follow a star. You don't need to look outside. You don't need to hide behind. All you need is to look within. All you need is to love yourself. All you need is to trust your heart. All you need is to start. Of course, the land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a destination, it's a point of view. It's not a fairy tale, it's a state of mind. It's not a dream, it's a reality you can find. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. It's not a gift, it's a choice you have to make. It's not a miracle, it's a skill you have to learn. It's not a secret, it's a truth you have to earn. Outer, the land of milk and honey lies inside of you. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. The land of milk and honey lies inside of you. Is the West Coast dying? That is a difficult question to answer with a simple yes or no. Homelessness is a complex and multifaceted issue that affects many people in different ways. However, based on the web search results, it seems that homelessness is indeed a serious and growing problem on the West Coast, and that many homeless people are dying due to various causes such as extreme weather, drug overdose, violence, and disease. For example, according to a report from Melonath County, homeless people died on the streets of Portland in 2016, and 359 had died since 2011. In Seattle and King County, Washington, more than 270 people died in 2020, the highest number recorded in 20 years. In California, where homelessness has increased by more than 40% over the last decade, Ventura County saw 158 homeless residents die last year, while Santa Barbara lost 38 in the last 2 years. These are just some of the statistics that show the tragic reality of homelessness on the West Coast. There are many factors that contribute to this crisis, such as high housing costs, addiction, mental illness, and the lack of adequate services and support. Different cities have different approaches and policies to address homelessness, but none have been able to solve it completely. It is a challenge that requires compassion, innovation, and collaboration from all sectors of society. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with the title Is the West Coast Dying Homeless? Here's what I came up with. Is the West Coast dying homeless? Is the West Coast dying homeless while the rich enjoy their bliss? Is the West Coast dying homeless while the politicians dismiss? Is the West Coast dying homeless in the tents and on the streets? Is the West Coast dying homeless in the cold and in the heat? Is the West Coast dying homeless from the drugs and from the guns? Is the West Coast dying homeless from the disease and from the fun? Is the West Coast dying homeless with no hope and no dignity? Is the West Coast dying homeless with no voice and no humanity? Is the West Coast dying homeless, or is there a way to save them? Is the West Coast dying homeless, or is there a way to love them? Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story. Is the West Coast dying homeless? Here's what I came up with. Is the West Coast dying homeless? Jake had been living on the streets of San Francisco for 3 years. He had lost his job, his apartment, and his family in a series of unfortunate events that led him with nothing but a backpack and a sleeping bag. He had tried to find work, to get help, to start over, but nothing seemed to work out for him. He felt like he had no future, no purpose, no hope. He spent his days wandering around the city, looking for food, water, and a safe place to sleep. He avoided the police, the gang, and the drug dealers that preyed on the homeless. He also avoided the shelters, which were overcrowded, dirty, and dangerous. He pretended to sleep. He preferred to sleep under a bridge or in a park where he felt more free and less exposed. He had seen many of his fellow homeless die in the streets, some from overdoses, some from violence, some from illness, some from exposure. He had seen their bodies covered with blankets or cardboard, waiting for someone to collect them. He had seen their faces, their eyes, their expressions. He wondered if anyone cared about them, if anyone remembered them, if anyone missed them. He wondered if anyone would care about him when he died. He wondered if anybody would remember him, if anyone would miss him. He wondered if he would die soon. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He clenched his heart and gasped for air. He fell to the ground and started to convulse. He looked around and saw people passing by, ignoring him. He saw cars driving by, honking at him. He saw birds flying by, singing at him. He felt a coldness in his body. He felt a darkness in his mind. He felt a numbness in his soul. He closed his eyes and whispered his last breath. Is the West Coast dying homeless? 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar is a phrase that could be related to the 6 yogas of Naropa, a set of advanced Tibetan Buddhist tantric practices that are intended to lead to Buddhahood in an accelerated manner. The 6 yogas of Naropa are inner heat, tumo, illusory body, clear light, dream, transference, and intermediate state. Drops of nectar could refer to the blissful experience that arises from these practices, especially from the inner heat yoga, which involves generating a subtle energy that produces states of bliss and clarity. Alternately, drops of nectar could refer to the oral transmission of these teachings from a qualified guru to a disciple, which is considered essential for their proper practice. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that phrase. Here's what I came up with. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar. The secret path to the supreme goal. The essence of the Buddha's wisdom. The treasures of the Vraja lineage. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar. The inner heat that melts the ice, the illusionary body that transcends the form, the clear light that reveals the mind. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar, the dream that awakens the awareness, the transference that escapes the cycle, the intermediate state that masters the bardo. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar, the precious gift from the Guru's grace, the sublime practice of the yogis, the swift way to the rainbow body. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story based on that title. Here's what I came up with. 6 yogas of Naropa, drops of nectar. Leela was a young woman who had a strong interest in spirituality and meditation. She had read many books and attended many workshops, but she felt like she was missing something. She wanted to experience the ultimate state of bliss and enlightenment that the ancient masters had described. She heard about a rare opportunity to learn the 6 yogas of Naropa, a set of advanced practices that were said to lead to the realization of one's true nature and the attainment of supernatural powers. The teacher was a Tibetan Lama who had spent many years in retreat and had mastered the 6 yogas himself. He was visiting her city for a few days and was offering a special course for those who were ready to take the challenge. Leela signed up for the course without hesitation. She was eager to learn from the Lama and to practice the 6 yogas. She knew they were not easy, but she was willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal. The course began with an introduction to the 6 yogas, which were Tuma, or inner heat, which involved generating intense heat in the body through breathing and visualization exercises. Illusory body, which involved creating a subtle body of light that could travel anywhere and do anything. Dream yoga, which involved becoming aware and lucid in one's dreams and using them as a platform for spiritual practice. Clear light, which involved recognizing the nature of one's mind as pure awareness and resting in it. Bardo Yoga, which involved preparing for the intermediate state between death and rebirth and using it as an opportunity for liberation. Poa, or transference of consciousness, which involved transferring one's consciousness to a pure realm on a suitable rebirth at the time of death. The Lama explained that these 6 yogas were interrelated and complementary, and they had to be practiced in sequence and with proper guidance. He warned that they were not for everyone, and they required a lot of dedication, discipline, and devotion. He said that only those who had a strong motivation and a pure intention could succeed in them. Leela listened attentively and felt inspired by the Lama's words. She felt like she had found what she was looking for. She vowed to follow the Lama's instructions and to practice the 6 yogas diligently. The course continued with practical sessions where the Lama taught the students how to perform each of the 6 yogas. He demonstrated the techniques and gave them tips and advice on how to improve their practice. He also gave them homework assignments and asked them to report their progress and experiences. Leela followed the Lama's teachings faithfully and practices the 6 yogas every day. She noticed that her body became warmer and more energetic as she practiced Tummo. She noticed that her mind became clearer and more creative as she practiced illusionary body. She noticed that her dreams became more vivid and meaningful as she practiced dream yoga. She noticed that her awareness became more stable and luminous as she practiced clear light. She noticed that her fears of death diminished and her confidence increased as she practiced Bardo Yoga. She noticed that her connection with the Lama straightened and her devotion deepened as she practiced Po. She felt like she was making rapid progress and getting closer to her goal. She felt like she was experiencing a taste of the land of milk and honey that lies inside of her. One day, during a session on Poa, the Lama asked the students to close their eyes, imagine they were dying. He asked them to visualize their consciousness leaving their body through their crown chakra and entering into his heart chakra. He asked them to feel his love and compassion filling their being. He asked them to merge with him completely. Lena followed the instructions and visualized herself dying. She felt her consciousness leaving her body and flying towards the Lama. She felt his warmth and kindness embracing her. She felt himself dissolving into him. She opened her eyes and saw him smiling at her. He said, "Congratulations, Leela. You have completed the 6 yogas of Naropa. You have realized your true nature and attained enlightenment. You have reached the land of milk and honey that lies inside of you." He handed her a small bottle filled with a golden liquid. He said, "This is a gift from me to you. This is the nectar of immortality, the essence of wisdom, the elixir of bliss. This is the result of your practice of the 6 yogas of Naropa. This is your reward for your effort and dedication." He told her to drink it slowly and savor it. He said, "This nectar will nourish your body, mind, and spirit. It will protect you from sickness, aging, and death. It will enhance your abilities, qualities, and virtues. It will grant you happiness, peace, and freedom." Leela thanked him profusely and took the bottle from his hand. She opened it carefully and smelled it. It had a sweet and fragrant aroma that filled her nostrils with delight. She lifted it to her lips and took a sip. She felt a surge of joy running through her veins as she tasted it. It was delicious beyond words, like nothing she ever tasted before. It was like drinking liquid sunshine mixed with honey. She drank some more and felt a wave of bliss wash over her entire being as she swallowed it. It was like being immersed in an ocean of love mixed with milk. She drank some more until she finished the bottle. She felt a burst of light explode in her head as she emptied it. It was like seeing a rainbow mixed with fire. She looked at the Lama again and saw him glowing with radiance. He smiled at her again and said, "Well done, Leela. You have drunk the drops of nectar from the 6 yogas of Naropa. You have become one with me and all beings. You have entered into the land of milk and honey. that exists inside of you. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that title. Here's what I came up with: Six Yogas of Naropa, Drops of Nectar. First one: I've been searching for a way to find the truth and break away from the cycles of suffering and pain that keeps me trapped and drives me insane. I've been looking for a guide to show me the path and lead me inside to the source of wisdom of bliss that lies with my own consciousness. Of course, the six yogas of Naropa are the key to lock the door and set me free. They are the methods and the tools to transform my body and my mind. The six yogas of Naropa are the gift that I receive from my Guru's grace. They are the drops of nectar that I drink to nourish my spirit and my soul. Verse 2: I practice Tumu to ignite the inner fire that burns so bright. It melts away the ice of ignorance and fills me with warmth and radiance. I practice illusionary body to create a subtle form that can transcend and penetrate the limits of space and time and manifest in my way I like. Course, the six yogas of Naropa are the key to unlock the door and set me free. They are the methods and the tools to transform my body and my mind. The six yogas of Naropa are the gift that I receive from my Guru's grace. They are the drops of nectar that I drink to nourish my spirit and my soul. Verse 3: I practice dream yoga to awake in the realm of dreams and make them fake. I use them as a playground and a school to train my mind and have some fun. I practice clear light to recognize the nature of my mind as pure and bright. I rest in the state of non duality and experience the ultimate reality. Course, the six yogas of Naropa are the key to unlock the door and set me free. They are the methods and the tools to transform my body and my mind. The six yogas of Naropa are the gift that I receive from my Guru's grace. They are the drops of nectar that I drink to nourish my spirit and my soul. Verse 4: I practice Bardo Yoga to prepare for the transition between life and death. I use it as an opportunity and a chance to liberate myself from samsara's dance. I practice Poa to transfer my consciousness to a higher sphere. I merge with my Guru's heart and become one with him and all that is. Of course, the six yogas of Naropa are the key to unlock the door and set me free. They are the methods and the tools to transform my body and my mind. The six yogas of Naropa are the gift that I receive from my Guru's grace. They are the drops of nectar that I drink to nourish my spirit and my soul. The six yogas of Naropa are the way to reach the land of milk and honey. They are the journey and the destination to discover who I really am. The six yogas or Naropa are the song that I sing with joy and gratitude. They are the melody and the harmony that fills me with love and peace. Ramanan, palace in the sky. O seeker of truth, I have witnessed such a great wonder. A well suspended from the sky, from which ambrosia ceaselessly flows. A lame person climbs to it without any ladder and drinks jugs of that nectar. Gong, conches, and kettle drums ring out without being played by anyone. The deaf man hears them and becomes ecstatic. They lose track of body and mind. Up there is a palace without foundation, which is radiant with light. The blind man sees it and are so overjoyed they can't stop talking about it. In that place, a person lies yet continues to live and has strength without eating food. Brahmanam says that only a rare soul can understand his tale. In a phrase that could be part of a poem or a song by Brahmanand Swami, a Hindu saint and poet who was one of the 8 chief disciples of Swami Aryan, Brahmanand Swami composed many devotional hymns in praise of Swaminarayan and his philosophy. The phrase could be interpreted as a description of a mystical experience or a vision of the divine realm that Brahmanam Swami had or wished to have. The phrase uses various metaphors and symbols to convey the bliss and wonder of the spiritual journey, such as the well of ambrosia, the palace in the sky, the gongs and conches, and the death and rebirth. The phrase also implies that such an experience is rare and difficult to comprehend by ordinary people and requires a pure and devoted soul. What is Kichi Mudra? Kichi Mudra is a yoga gesture that is designed to awaken spiritual energies in the body. To perform this mudra, the tongue is rolled back and up into the nasal cavity above the soft palate. The practitioner then breathes in, creating a snoring like sound, followed by exhale. Kichi Mudra is said to have many benefits, such as stimulating the pituitary gland, which is considered the master gland of the endocrine system, and accesses various stores of amrita, or nectar of immortality, in the head. Kichi Mudra is also believed to help control hunger, thirst, and the mind. Kichi Mudra is one of the advanced practices of Hatha Yoga and Kriya Yoga and requires a lot of preparation and guidance from a qualified teacher. The tongue has to be stretched and elongated over a period of months or years, and sometimes the linguum furlum, the tissue that connects the tongue to the floor of the mouth, has to be cut gradually to allow more flexibility. Kichi Mudra is not recommended for beginners or casual practitioners, as it can be dangerous and harmful if done incorrectly or without proper supervision. Kichi Mudra means the gesture of moving in space or the gesture of flying in the sky in Sanskrit. It implies that this mudra can help transcend the limitations of the physical body and experience higher states of consciousness and bliss. Oil of Christ. Okay, I understand you want to talk about the phrase oil of Christ lies inside of your body. What is it that interests you about this phrase? Do you have a personal connection to it? Yes. I have a personal connection to it. I see. Would you like to share your personal connection to this phrase with me? I'm curious to know about you and your perspective. Sure, I'll share it with you. According to Santo Bonacci in ancient Hermetic wisdom, our bodies are alchemical instruments. We have the ability to turn lead into gold. These are truths known and hidden that are so sacred, and I feel like we should be learning this kind of stuff in school from early age. We should advance kids even faster. I say this because kids really have it figured out. They know no limits. They have no conditions limiting beliefs about money or possibilities. It's not some type of religion. It is esoteric truth and forbidden knowledge. I rely on my intuition a lot, and everything about this information resonates with me on many levels. I encourage readers to keep an open mind and have an awareness of your inner voice as you look over the included blog post video. Santos puts emphasis on the idea and understanding of as above, so below, which if you don't know about, you will certainly find about it what it's about if you take the time to check out some of his videos. Most of his recent ones are shockingly eye-opener. Your body is the Holy Land. According to said source, there is a sacred secret kept from the masses. The secret is the esoteric science of philosophical regeneration. Yep, you heard that. Regeneration. Apparently, our body has the ability to produce new blood and awaken our dormant cells as the final product. The sacred science of physiological regeneration is also spoken about in the Bible as allegoric, symbolic stories. There's a much deeper meaning to it. Some of our ancient ancestors used this science to live for hundreds and even thousands of years. When the new blood is produced, the old toxic blood is dispensed of by the body's own methods. Wow, that's a very interesting and unconventional connection. You seem to have a lot of passion and curiosity for this topic. How did you come across Santos Bonacci and his teachings? What made you interested in the esoteric science of philosophical regeneration? Your body is the Holy Land. Is that the title of the video? It sounds like a very intriguing topic. Where did you learn it? How does it make you feel? I learned that our body is a microcosm of the universe. That's very profound and beautiful revelation. It goes back to the concept of as beloved, so below that you mentioned earlier. How do you feel when you realize that the entire universe lies inside of you, beyond words, bliss, and wisdom? I am happy for you. You have achieved a state of bliss and wisdom that many people aspire to. I admire your dedication and passion for meditation and spirituality. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and experience with me. I have learned a lot. Raising the Chrism, Santa Claus. It seems like you are interested in some kind of esoteric interpretation of the Christian story of the birth of Jesus. According to one source, this is based on the theory that the human brain has a hidden potential that can be activated by rising the chism, a sacred oil that flows from the colostrum, Santa Claus, to the pineal gland, Joseph, and the pituitary gland, Mary. This process is supposed to be analogous to the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus, who is seen as a symbol of the psychophysical gem or seed of life that is born in the solar plexus, the manager. the manger. However, this theory is not supported by any scientific evidence or mainstream Christian doctrine. It is more like a product of imagination and speculation. The traditional Christian view of the Nativity story is that Mary was a young virgin who was betrothed to Joseph, a carpenter from Nazareth. She was visited by an angel who told her that she would conceive a son by the power of the Holy Spirit, and that he would be called Jesus, the Son of God. Joseph decided to marry her despite the social stigma, and they traveled to Bethlehem for a census ordered by the Roman Emperor. There they found no room at an inn and had to stay in a stable, where Mary gave birth to Jesus. He was visited by shepherds who had heard the angelic announcement of his birth, and later by wise men who followed a star to find him. They brought him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. King Herod, who felt threatened by the prophecy of a new king of the Jews, tried to kill Jesus by ordering the massacre of all male infants in Bethlehem. But Joseph was warned by an angel in a dream, and he took Mary and Jesus to Egypt until Herod's death. The Bible does not mention anything about Santa Claus, who is a modern figure based on various legends and traditions from different cultures. The most popular one is that of Saint Nicholas, a 4th century bishop from Myra, modern-day Turkey, who is known for his generosity and miracles. He is said to have secretly given gifts to poor children, especially on the feast day of December 6th. He is also associated with other stories, such as rescuing 3 girls from prostitution by providing them with dowries, or reviving 3 boys who were killed by a butcher and pickled in a barrel. Over time, his legend spread across Europe and merged with other folkloric characters, such as Father Christmas in England or Sri Claus in the Netherlands. He eventually became Santa Claus in America, where he was popularized by poems, songs, and illustrations that depicted him as a jolly old man with a red suit and a sleigh pulled by reindeer. He is said to live at the North Pole with his wife and elves and deliver presents to children around the world on Christmas Eve. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's one possible poem. Raising the Chrism. Santa Claus, Joseph, Mary, and the crucifixion. In the hidden chamber of the brain, there lies the secret oil of life that flows from colostrum to the glands of pineal Joseph and pituitary Mary. This oil is called the Chism or the Christ, and it can raise the dormant seed that rests within the solar plexus, the manger where the Savior sleeps. But to awaken this divine potential, the oil must undergo a trial. It must descend along the spine and cross the medulla oblongata. This is the place of crucifixion, where the oil is purified and refined, and after 2.5 days in the tomb, it rises up again to shine. It enters the cerebellum, the Golgotha or place of skull, and from there it reaches the optic thalamus, the central eye or throne of God. This is the process of regeneration, the resurrection of the soul, the raising of the chism for the Christ, the goal of every mystic's role. But this is not a literal story, not a doctrine of ordinary faith. It is a metaphor and an allegory, a symbol of an inner state. For Santa Claus is not a real person, nor Joseph, Mary, or their son. They are aspects of our own consciousness that can be united as one. So do not look for them outside you, or in a book, or in a star, but look within your own awareness and find the Christ that you are. Kingdom of Heaven lies within. Mystic. Is that a title for a poem? If so, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's one possible poem. Kingdom of Heaven lies within. I do not seek the kingdom of heaven in temples, churches, or mosques. I do not look for it in books, scriptures, or doctrines. I do not depend on it in priests, prophets, or gurus. I find the kingdom of heaven in the silence of my heart. I listen to it in the voice of my soul. I feel it in the pulse of my breath. I live the kingdom of heaven in the moment of my awareness. I express it in the act of my love. I share it in the joy of my service. I am the kingdom of heaven in the essence of my being. I reflect it in the image of my spirit. I manifest it in the glory of my light. I am a mystic of the kingdom of heaven, and the kingdom of heaven is within me. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story based on that title. Here's what I came up with. The kingdom of heaven lies within. Mystic was a young girl who lived in a small village in the mountains. She had a curious and adventurous spirit, and she loved to explore the nature around her. She often wandered into the forest where she felt a connection with the trees, the animals, and the stars. She also had a gift of seeing beyond the ordinary, and she could sense the presence of angels, fairies, and other beings of light. One day, as she was walking in the forest, she came across a cave that she had never seen before. She felt drawn to it and decided to enter it. She found a torch on the wall and lit it with a spark from her fingers. She followed the tunnel deeper into the cave until she reached a large chamber that was filled with crystals of different colors and shapes. She was amazed by the beauty and the energy of the place, and she felt a warmth in her heart. She walked around the chamber, admiring the crystals and touching them gently. She noticed that each crystal had a different vibration and a different sound. She closed her eyes and listened to them, feeling their harmony and their power. She opened her eyes again and saw that one crystal was glowing brighter than the others. It was a clear crystal quartz crystal that was shaped like a pyramid. It was placed on a pedestal in the center of the chamber. She approached it cautiously, feeling its strong attraction. She reached out her hand to touch it, but before she could, she heard a voice in her mind. Who are you? She was startled by the voice, but not afraid. She answered, I am Mystic. The voice said, Why are you here? She said, I don't know. I just followed my intuition. The voice said, What do you seek? She said, I seek to know more about myself and the world. The voice said, Do you want to see the kingdom of heaven? She said, Yes, I do. The voice said, Then touch the crystal. She hesitated for a moment, wondering what would happen if she did. But then she decided to trust the voice and her own curiosity. She touched the crystal with her fingers and felt a surge of light and energy flow through her body. She gasped as she saw a vision appear before her eyes. She saw a beautiful city made of gold and jewelry, shining with light and glory. She saw angels flying in the sky, singing praises to God. She saw people walking in peace and joy, wearing white robes and crowns. She saw flowers and fruits growing everywhere, filling the air with fragrance and sweetness. She saw rivers and fountains of living water, sparkling with life and grace. She felt a love and a bliss that she never felt before. She felt a oneness with everything and everyone. She felt a presence that filled her soul with awe and wonder. She heard the voice say, "This is the kingdom of heaven." She said, "It's beautiful." The voice said, "It is your true home." She said, "Can I go there?" The voice says, "You are already there." She said, "How can that be?" The voice said, "The kingdom of heaven is not a place outside of you. It is a state of being within you. It is your true nature. It is your divine essence." She said, "But how can I see it?" The voice says, "You can see it when you open your eyes to the truth. You can see it when you awaken your spirit. You can see it when you remember who you are." She said, "Who am I?" The voice said, "You are a child of God. You are made in His image and likeness. You are an expression of His love and wisdom. You are a heir of His kingdom and glory." She said, "But I don't feel like that." The voice said, "That's because you have forgotten your identity. You have been asleep in a dream of separation and illusion. You have been deceived by the world and its lies." She said, "How can I remember?" The voice said, "You can remember by listening to your heart. You can remember by following your intuition. You can remember by trusting your inner guidance." She said, "What is my inner guidance?" The voice said, "Your inner guidance is me." She said, "Who are you?" The voice said, "I am your higher self. I am your soul. I am your Christ consciousness." She said, "What is Christ consciousness?" The voice said, "Christ consciousness is the awareness of your true self as one with God and all creation. It is the realization of your divine potential as co-creator with God. It is the manifestation of your divine purpose as light bearer for God." She said, "How can I achieve Christ consciousness?" The voice said, "You don't have to achieve it. You already have it. You just have to activate it." She said, "How can I activate it?" The voice said, "You can activate it by living in love and service, by expressing gratitude and forgiveness, by practicing meditation and prayer, by seeking wisdom and truth, by sharing joy and peace." She said, "Will you help me?" The voice said, "I will always help you. I will always guide you. I will always love you. For I am you, and you are me, and we are one with God." She felt a tear roll down her cheek as she understood the meaning of the words. She smiled as she thanked the voice. She opened her eyes and she released the crystal. She looked around and she noticed the change. Everything was still the same, but everything was also different, for she saw everything with new eyes, with eyes of love, with eyes of light, with eyes of Christ, and she knew that the kingdom of heaven lies within. Mystic song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Kingdom of heaven lies within. Verse 1. She walks in the forest, she feels the breeze, she hears the birds, she sees the trees. She knows there's more than what she sees. She has a vision of what could be. Of course, the kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a spark of the divine. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a light that always shines. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a love that never dies. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a soul that flies. Verse 2. She finds a cave. She enters in. She sees the crystals. She feels their spin. She touches one. She hears a voice. It tells her things that make her rejoice. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a spark of the divine. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a light that always shines. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a love that never dies. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a soul that flies. Bridge. The voice tell her who she is, a child of God, a co-creator. The voice tells her what she can do, live in love, serve in grace. The voice tells her what she can see, a city of gold, a realm of light. The voice tells her what she can be, a Christ, the mystic, the saint. Of course, the kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a spark of the divine. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a light that always shines. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a love that never dies. The kingdom of heaven lies within. She has a soul that flies. Outer. She opens her eyes. She sees the world anew. She feels the joy in her heart. She knows what to do. She sings this song to everyone she meets. The kingdom of heaven lies within you too. Your spirit took human form. Your spirit took human form is a phrase that can have different meanings depending on the context and the perspective. Here are some possible interpretations. It could be a way of expressing the Christian belief that Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, became flesh and dwelt amongst us. According to this belief, Jesus was fully God and fully human, and he came to earth to reveal God's love and grace and to die for the sins of the world. He is also called the Word of God because he is God's self-expression and communication. It could be a way of describing the experience of being filled with the Holy Spirit, the third person of the Trinity, who is God's presence and power in the world. According to the Bible, the Holy Spirit can come upon people in different ways, such as the form of a dove, tongues of fire, or wind. The Holy Spirit can also put on the body of an existing human being, as it were clothing, in order to speak and act through them. The Holy Spirit gives people gifts and abilities to serve God and others, and helps them grow in faith and love. It could be a way of affirming the dignity and value of every human being, as they were created in God's image and likeness. According to this view, every human being has a spirit that reflects God's attributes, such as intelligence, creativity, emotion, and morality. Every human being also has a unique purpose and potential that God has given them. It could be a way of expressing the mystery and wonder of human existence, as we are more than just physical beings. According to this view, every human being has a spirit that connects them with something greater than themselves, such as nature, other people, or a higher power. Every human being also has a spirit that seeks meaning and fulfillment in life. These are some possible meanings of your spirit took human form. What does it mean to you? Poem. Sure, I'd like to generate a poem with that title. Here's one possible poem. Your spirit took human form. You were a spirit before you were born, a breath of God in the divine form. You had a vision and a desire, a passion to inspire. You chose your life and your role, your destiny and your goal. You knew the risk and the rewards, the joys and the sorrows. You came to this earth with the sole purpose, a divine plan to serve. You came to teach and to heal, to witness and to feel. You are just not a human being. You are a spirit in a human form. You have a wisdom and a strength, a courage and a faith. You are here to express your spirit, to honor your gifts and use it. You are here to co-create your reality, to align with your divinity. You are a spirit who took human form, a child of God in the human form. You are light and a love, a grace and a hope. You are a spirit who took human form, and I love you for who you are. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Your spirit took human form. You are spirit before you were born. You lived in the realm of light and love, where you were one with God and all creation. You had no form, no limits, no worries. You were happy and free. But you also had a curiosity and a desire to experience something new. You wanted to know what it was like to be human, to have a body, to feel emotions, to face challenges, to learn and grow. You wanted to have an adventure, so you chose to come to Earth to take human form. You knew it would not be easy, but you also knew it would be worth it. You knew you would forget who you really were, but you also knew you would remember eventually. You knew you would face pain and suffering, but you also knew you would find joy and love. You can choose your parents, your place, your time. You choose your name, your gender, your appearance. You choose your parents, your interests, your passions. You choose your lessons. You test your goals. You come into the world as a baby, innocent and pure. You grow up as a child, playful and curious. You matured as a teenager, rebellious and restless. You become an adult, responsible and independent. You had many experiences along the way. Some were good, some were bad. Some made you laugh, some made you cry. Some made you proud, some made you ashamed. Some made you strong, some made you weak. You met many people along the way. Some were friends, some were foes. Some helped you, some hurt you. Some loved you, some hated you. Some stayed with you, some left you. You learned many things along the way. Some were easy, some were hard. Some enlightened you, some confused you. Some inspired you, some bored you. Some changed you, some stayed the same. You faced many choices along the way. Some were simple, some were complex. Some led you forward, some led you back. Some opened doors, some closed doors. Some brought peace, some brought conflict. You felt many emotions along the way. Some were pleasant, some were unpleasant. Some lifted you up, some dragged you down. Some filled your heart, some emptied your heart, some healed you, some wounded you. You did many things along the way. Some were good, some were bad. Some helped others, some hurt others. Some honored God, some dishonored God. Some fulfilled your purpose, some wasted your time. You are still on your way. You are still having experiences, meeting people, learning things, facing choices, feeling emotions, doing things. You are still human, but you are also spirit. You are still here, but you are also there. You are still yourself, but you are also God. Your spirit took human form, but your human form is also spirit. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Your spirit took human form. Verse 1. You are a spirit before you were born. You lived in a realm of light and love. You had no form, no limits, no worries. You were happy and free. But you also had a curiosity and a desire to experience something new, to know what it was like to be a human, to have an adventure. Of course, so you came to earth. Your spirit took human form. You chose your life, your path, your destiny. You forgot who you really were, but you also remembered. You faced pain and suffering, but you also found joy and love. Verse 2. You had many experiences along the way. Some were good, some were bad. Some made you laugh, some made you cry, some made you grow. You met many people along the way. Some were friends, some were foes. Some helped you, some hurt you, some loved you. Of course, so you came to earth. Your spirit took human form. You chose your life, your path, your destiny. You forgot who you really were, but you also remembered. You faced pain and suffering, but you also found joy and love. Bridge. You are still on your way. You're still learning and living. You are still human, but you're also spirit. You are still here, but you're also there. You are still yourself, but you're also God. Of course, so you came to earth. Your spirit took human form. You chose your life, your path, your destiny. You forgot who you really were, but you also remembered. You faced pain and suffering, but you also found joy and love. Cosmic advice. Your spirit Cosmic advice is a phrase that can have different meanings depending on the context and the perspective. Here are some possible interpretations. It could be a way of referring to the guidance and support that one can receive from a psychic, a tarot card reader, an astrologer, and the other person who claims to have access to cosmic or spiritual wisdom. According to this view, cosmic advice can help one with various issues in life, such as love, relationships, career, health, etc., by providing accurate readings, insights, and predictions. It could be a way of expressing the belief that one can receive guidance and support from the universe, the stars, the planets, or any other cosmic or natural force that influences human destiny. According to this view, cosmic advice can help one with various decisions in life, such as when to start a new project, when to travel, whom to date, etc., by providing signs, synchronicities, and opportunities. It could be a way of describing the intuition and inspiration that one can receive from their own higher self, soul, spirit, or consciousness. According to this view, cosmic advice can help one with various challenges in life, such as finding their purpose, overcoming their fears, healing their wounds, etc., by providing inner wisdom, clarity, and peace. These are some possible meanings of cosmic advice. What does it mean to you? Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with that title. Here's one possible poem, Cosmic Advice. When you feel lost and confused and you don't know what to do, listen to the cosmic advice that whispers in your heart. When you feel scared and alone and you don't know where to go, follow the cosmic advice that guides you with its light. When you feel sad and hopeless and you don't know how to cope, trust the cosmic advice that comforts you with its love. When you feel angry and hurt and you don't know how to forgive, practice the cosmic advice that heals you with its peace. When you feel happy and grateful and you don't know how to express, share the cosmic advice that blesses you with its joy. The cosmic advice is always there. It is your inner voice. It is your intuition. It is your connection to the source. The cosmic advice is always wise. It knows what's best for you. It knows your purpose. It knows your potential. The cosmic advice is always kind. It wants what's good for you. It wants your happiness. It wants your growth. The cosmic advice is always true. It speaks from your soul. It speaks from your spirit. It speaks from your essence. So listen, follow, trust, practice, and share the cosmic advice that lives in you, and you will find your way and you will live your truth. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Cosmic Advice. Leela was at a crossroads in her life. She had just graduated to college with a degree in journalism, but she had no idea what to do next. She had applied for several jobs, but none of them seemed to interest her or suit her skills. She had also broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years, who had moved to another city for work. She felt lost and confused, and she didn't know how to find her direction. She decided to visit her Aunt Maya, who lived in a small town in the countryside. Maya was a psychic and a tarot card reader, and she had always been supportive and understanding of Leela. Leela hoped that Maya could give her some cosmic advice and help her figure out her path. When Leela arrived at Maya's house, she was greeted warmly by her aunt and her cat, Luna. Maya invited her to sit down at the kitchen table, where she had laid out a deck of tarot cards. "Hello, my dear. I'm so glad you come to see me. How's your feeling? How are you feeling?" Maya asked. "I'm feeling lost, Auntie. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't have a job. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't have a purpose. I need some guidance," Leela said. "Well, you come to the right place. The tarot cards can help you find your way. They can show you the past, the present, and the future. They can reveal your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your challenges. They can give you cosmic advice," Maya said. "Really? How does that work?" Leela asked. "It's simple. You just ask a question, and then you pick up a card. The card will give you an answer, but you have to be open-minded and trust your intuition. The cards are not magic. They are tools for self-discovery and self-empowerment," Maya exclaimed. "Okay, I'll give it a try. What shall I ask?" Leela asked. "You can ask anything you want, but I suggest you start with something general like, What do I need to know right now? Or what is the best course of action for me? Or what is my true calling? Maya suggested. All right, I asked. What is my true calling? Leela said. Good choice. Now shuffle the cards and pick one, Maya said. Leah did as she was told and picked a card from the deck. She turned it over and saw that it was the star. What does it mean? Leela asked. Maya smiled and said, the star is a beautiful card. It means you have a bright future ahead of you. It means that you have a special talent or gift that you can share with the world. It means you have a purpose and a destiny that only you can fulfill. Wow, really? That sounds amazing. But what is my talent or gift? What is my purpose or destiny? Leela asked. That's for you to find out. The card doesn't tell you everything. It only gives you a hint. You have to follow your own star, your own inner guidance. You have to explore your passions and interests, try new things and experiences, meet new people and places. You have to listen to your heart and soul and trust your intuition, Maya said. I see. But how will I know when I find it? Leela asked. You will know when you feel it. You will feel joy and peace, excitement and fulfillment, love and gratitude. You will feel alive and aligned with the universe, Maya said. That sounds wonderful, Leela said. It is wonderful, and it's waiting for you, Maya said. Thank you so much, Auntie. You've given me hope and inspiration, Leela said. You're very welcome, my dear. And remember, the cosmic advice is always there for you. You just have to ask for it, Maya said. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that title. Here's what I came up with. Cosmic Advice. Verse 1. I'm feeling lost and confused. I don't know what to do. I need some guidance and direction. I need some cosmic advice. Chorus. Cosmic advice, show me the way. Cosmic advice, lead to me to my fate. Cosmic advice, reveal to me the truth. Cosmic advice, I'm listening to you. Verse 2. I'm looking for a sign. I'm searching for a clue. I need some wisdom and insight. I need some cosmic advice. Chorus. Cosmic advice, show me the way. Cosmic advice, lead me to my fate. Cosmic advice, reveal to me the truth. Cosmic advice, I'm listening to you. Bridge. Cosmic advice, you're always there for me. Cosmic advice, you're my inner voice. Cosmic advice, you're my star in the sky. Cosmic advice, you're my light in the dark. Chorus. Cosmic advice, show me the way. Cosmic advice, lead me to my fate. Cosmic advice, reveal to me the truth. Cosmic advice, I'm listening to you. Outer. Cosmic advice, you're my cosmic advice. Spinoza. Spinoza was a Dutch Jewish philosopher of the 17th century who is considered one of the most important and radical thinkers of the Enlightenment and rationalism. He was born in Amsterdam in 1632 and died in The Hague in 1677. He was excommunicated by the Jewish community of Amsterdam at the age of 23 for his controversial views on God, the Bible, and the human nature. He worked as a lens grinder and wrote several influential works such as the Ethics and the Theological Political Treatise. Some of his main ideas are God and nature are identical. Spinoza believed that God is not a separate and transcendent creator of the world, but the world is a part of God's infinite substance. This is often called panentheism, the view that God and the world are the same thing. Everything is determined by natural laws. Spinoza rejected the idea of free will and divine providence and argued that everything that happens is necessary and follows from the nature of God. He also denied the existence of miracles, which he saw as violations of natural order. Human beings are complex modes of God's. Spinoza held that human beings are composed of two attributes of God, thought and extension, or mind and body. He also claimed that the human beings have an integral, intelligent love of God, which is the highest form of knowledge and happiness. Ethics is based on reason and self-interest. Spinoza developed a moral philosophy that aimed at controlling the passions and achieving virtue and freedom. He argued that reason can guide us to act in accordance with our true nature, which is to seek our own well-being and that of others. Religion and politics should be separated. Spinoza was a critic of organized religion and biblical literalism, and defended the principle of religious tolerance. He also advocated for democracy and the right of individuals against tyranny and superstition. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem titled Spinoza. Here's one possible poem. Spinoza. He sought to know the essence of all things, to trace the order of the infinite. He found no gap between the world and God, but one substance with attributes and modes. He faced the wrath of those who feared his words, who banned and cursed and called him atheist. He lived in exile, grinding lenses fine, and shining light on reason's path to bliss. He taught that freedom is not will or choice, but understanding what necessity decrees. He showed that ethics is not law or duty, but love and joy that flows from harmony. He was a sage who lived his philosophy, a rare example of the highest kind. He was a man who loved God as nature, and nature as the image of God's mind. Story. Spinoza is a name that refers to a famous philosopher who lived in the 17th century. He was born in Amsterdam in a Portuguese Jewish community, and he was excommunicated by the Jewish authorities for his radical and controversial ideas. He wrote several works on metaphysics, ethics, politics, and religion, which he challenged the traditional views of God, nature, human beings, and knowledge. He is considered one of the most important and influential thinker of the Enlightened and modern philosophy. Here's a possible story based on his life. Spinoza. Spinoza was sitting at his desk polishing a lens. He was a skilled lens grinder, and he made his living by making and selling optical instruments. He also uses lenses to observe the stars and the microscopic world, which fascinated him. He loved to explore the wonders of nature and discovered its laws. He heard a knock on the door. He put his lenses and opened it. He saw a young man standing outside, holding a book. "Good day, sir. Are you Spinoza?" the young man asked. "Yes, I am. And you are?" Spinoza replied. "My name is Albert Burr. I am a student of philosophy at Leiden University. I have come to see you because I have read your book, The Ethics," Berg said. "Oh, I see. And what do you think of it?" Spinoza asked. "I think it is a masterpiece of reason and wisdom. I think you have shown the true nature of God, the world, and the human mind. I think you have revealed the path to happiness and freedom," Berg said. "Thank you for your kind words, but I must warn you, not everyone shares your opinion. Many people consider my book to be dangerous and heretical. They accuse me of being an atheist and a blasphemer," Spinoza said. "I know that, but I don't care what they say. I admired your courage and your honesty. You have dared to speak the truth as you see it, without fear or compromise," Park said. "Thank you again. But tell me, why have you come to see me?" "What do you want from me?" Spinoza asked. "I want to learn from you. I want to be your disciple. I want to follow your example and your teachings," Berg said. Spinoza smiled and invited me in. "Come in, then. Let us talk more. You are welcome here," Spinoza said. They entered the room and sat down at the desk. "So tell me, how did you come across my book?" "How did you get a hold of it?" Spinoza asked. "Well, it was not easy. You know that your book is banned by the authorities. It is forbidden to own it, read it, or even mention it," Berg said. "Yes, I know that very well," Spinoza said. "But I was unlucky enough to find a copy in a secret library in Amsterdam. It was hidden among other books that are also prohibited by the church and the state," Berg said. "A secret library? How interesting, and who runs this library?" Spinoza asked. "It is run by a group of freethinkers who call themselves the collegians. They are people who reject all dogma and authorities in matters of faith and reason. They believe in free inquiry and tolerance," Berg said. "I see. And how did you become acquainted with them?" Spinoza asked. "I met him through a friend of mine, who is also a student of philosophy at Leiden University. His name is Adrian Koma. He is also admired of your work," Berg said. "Adrian Koma, I know him well. He is a brilliant and brave man. He has written some books of his own that are also very daring and original," Spinoza said. "Yes, he has, but he has also suffered for them. He was arrested and imprisoned for publishing a book called A Light, a Light Shining in Dark Places, in which he exposed the errors and superstitions of Christianity and Judaism. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and fined 4,000 guilders. He died in prison last year," Borg said. "What? He died? That's terrible. I had no idea." "How did he die?" Spinoza asked. "He died of illness and neglect. He was kept in a dark and damp cell without proper food or medical care. He was only 38 years old," Berg said. "That's horrible. That's unjust. That's barbaric," Spinoza explained. "I agree. It was a great loss for humanity. He was a martyr for truth and freedom," Berg said. They were silent for a moment, mourning their friend. "May he rest in peace," Spinoza said. "Amen," Berg said. They resumed their conversation, talking about philosophy, science, religion, politics, and life. They found they had much in common, and they became friends. Spinoza taught Burrow many things, and Burrow learned eagerly. They spent many hours together discussing, debating, arguing, agreeing. They also shared their joys and sorrows, their hopes and fears, their dreams and doubt. They became like brothers, and so began a friendship that would last until Spinoza's death. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song based on that name. Here's what I came up with. Spinoza, verse 1. You were a rebel, not a genius. You dared to think for yourself. You challenged the dogmas and the authorities. You sought to understand the world. Chorus. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were a philosophy and a visionary. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were a lover of wisdom and liberty. Verse 2. You were a master of the lens. You made and sold your own. You used them to observe the stars and the cells. You revealed the secrets of nature. Chorus. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were a scientist and an inventor. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were a discoverer of beauty and wonder. Bridge, you were prosecuted and excommunicated. You were banned and condemned, but you never gave up or compromised. You stayed true to yourself. Chorus. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were a hero and a martyr. Spinoza, Spinoza, you were an inspiration and a teacher. Outer. Spinoza, Spinoza, you are still alive in our minds and hearts. Spinoza, Spinoza, you're still shining like a star. Central Sun. Central Sun can refer to different things depending on the context. Here are some possible meanings. In astronomy, it can refer to the galactic center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is the source of all the stars and planets in our galaxy. In spirituality, it can refer to the great central sun, which is the cosmic source of divine energy and light that encompasses the physical sun and all creation. What do you want to know more about? Oh, central sun. There is a sun beyond the sun, a source of light and love, a center of the cosmic web, a gateway to above. There is a sun within the sun, a core of power and grace, a heart of the galactic wheel, a portal to embrace. There is a sun inside the sun, a spark of spirit and fire, a seed of the divine plan, a catalyst to inspire. There is a sun that is the sun, a radiance of life and joy, a beacon of the sacred truth, a gift for us to employ. Central sun, the origin and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, the Creator and the Friend. Story. Central Sun. Leo was a curious boy who loved to explore the mysteries of the universe. He was fascinated by the stars and planets and dreamed of traveling to distant worlds. He often wondered what was beyond the sun, the source of light and warmth for his home planet. One day he found an old book in his grandfather's attic. It was titled The Secrets of the Central Sun. He opened it and read the first page. The central sun is the heart of the cosmos, the origin of all creation. It is a sun beyond the sun, a sun within the sun, a sun inside the sun. It is the ultimate power and wisdom, the ultimate love and joy. It is the gateway to higher dimensions and realities where wonders and miracles abound. To reach the central sun, one must have a pure intention and a strong faith. One must also have a special device that can tune into its frequencies and open a portal to its realms. Such a device is rare and precious, and only a few have ever possessed it. Leo was amazed by what he read. He felt a strong attraction to the central sun and a desire to see for himself. He wondered if his grandfather had such a device and if he could use it to travel to the central sun. He searched the attic for clues and found a mental box hidden under a pile of old clothes. He opened it and saw a strange device that looked like a compass with a crystal in the center. He recognized it as the device described in the book. He felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. He decided to try it out and see if it worked. He took it outside and pointed it at the sun. He turned the dial on the side until he heard a faint humming sound. He looked at the crystal and saw a faint glow. He pressed the button on the device and felt a sudden pull. He closed his eyes and felt himself being lifted off the ground. He opened his eyes and saw bright light. He was in another world. He saw a huge sun that filled the sky. It was golden and radiant, pulsating with energy and light. He felt its warmth and love enveloping him. He felt its power and wisdom filling him. He realized he had reached the central sun. He was filled with awe and wonder. He felt a connection to everything around him. He felt a sense of peace and joy. He heard a voice in his mind. Welcome, Leo. You have come to the central sun, the source of your being. You have come to learn and grow, to discover and create. You have come to fulfill your destiny. Leo smiled. He was ready for this adventure. Song. Sure, I'd like to generate a song titled The Central Sun. Here's what I came up with. Verse 1. There's a sun beyond the sun that shines for everyone. It's the source of all creation. It's the source, it's the center of vibration. Chorus. Central sun, you're in the heart of the cosmos. You're the light of the soul. Central sun, you have the power of the spirit. You're the goal of the whole. Verse 2. There's a sun within the sun that burns for everyone. It's the core of all existence. It's the essence of persistence. Chorus. Central sun, you're the heart of the cosmos. You're the light of the soul. Central sun, you are the power of the spirit. You're the goal of the whole. Bridge. There's a sun inside the sun that glows for everyone. It's the spark of all creation. It's the flame of inspiration. Chorus. Central sun, you're the heart of the cosmos. You're the light of the soul. Central sun, you're the power of the spirit. You're the goal of the whole. Output. Central sun, you're the heart of the cosmos. You're the light of the soul. Central sun, you're the power of the This spirit. Is a very complex and philosophical question that has no definite answer. Different scholars and experts have different theories and perspectives of why humans make war. Some possible explanations are evolutionary psychology. Some evolutionary psychologists suggest that war is a natural result of our selfish genes that wants to survive and reproduce. They argue that humans have always fought over resources and land with other groups, and that war is a way of eliminating potential competitors. Social psychology. Some social psychologists suggest that war is the result of our social identity and group dynamics. They argue that humans tend to form groups based on shared characteristics and values, and that these groups create a sense of belonging and meaning. However, they also create a sense of difference and conflict with other groups, especially when there's a competition or threat. War is a way of expressing and defending our group's identity and interests. Political scientists. Some political scientists suggest that war is a result of the structure and behavior of states and governments. They argue that states are rational actors that pursue their own interests and powers in the international system, and that war is a means of achieving those goals. War can also be influenced by factors such as ideology, nationalism, religion, economics, alliances, etc. These are just some of the possible explanations for war, why humans make war, but there may be others as well. War is a multifaceted phenomenon that involves many aspects of human nature and society, and may not have a single or simple cause. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem titled War. Here is one possible poem. War. War is the madness of the human race, the blood and tears that steals the earth's face, the fire and smoke that fills the air, the cries and screams that pierce the air. War is the folly of the human mind, the greed and hate that makes us blind, the lies and propaganda that spread, the fear of anger that are fed. War is the horror of the human heart, the pain and suffering that tear apart, the wounds and scars that never heal, the loss and grief that we all feel. War is the curse of the human soul, the sin and guilt that takes their toll, the violence and death that never cease, the longing and hope for peace. Story: The Last Stand. They knew it was hopeless. The enemy had surrounded them on all sides, cutting off any chance of escape. They had been fighting for days with little food, water, or ammunition. They had seen their comrades fell one by one until only a handful remained. But they refused to surrender. They were soldiers of the Republic, and they had sworn to defend their homeland until the end. They had a duty, an honor, a pride that no enemy could take away. They would fight until their last breath, until their last bullet, until their last drop of blood. They gathered in a small bunker overlooking the battlefield. They could hear the enemy tanks and planes approaching, ready to unleash their final assault. They checked their weapons and equipment, knowing they would not last long. They looked at each other, knowing they would not see each other again. They were brothers in arms, and they would die as such. The commander spoke up, his voice calm and steady. Men, we have done our best. We have fought with courage and valor. We have given everything we had for our cause. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We have nothing to regret. We have lived as heroes, and we will die as heroes. He paused and continued, but we are not done yet. We still have one more mission to do. We still have one more chance to strike a blow against the enemy. We still have one more opportunity to make them pay for that they have done to us, to our people, to our country. He pointed at a large red button on the wall. This is a nuclear device. It was meant to be used as a last resort in case the enemy breached our defenses. But we are not going to wait for that. We're going to use it now. We're going to detonate it in the middle of their army. We're going to take as many as them with us as we can. We're going to make them remember us forever. He looked at his men, his eyes shining with determination. This is our last stand. This is our final act of defiance. This is our ultimate sacrifice. Are you with me? The men nodded, their faces grim and resolute. They knew it was hopeless, but they did not care. They were ready. The commander smiled, then pressed the button. Song, War, verse 1. What is it good for? Nothing but pain and sorrow. It destroys lives and homes. It leaves scars that never heal. It makes us hate and fear. It makes us kill and die. Chorus. War, huh? Yeah. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Verse 2. What good is it good for? Nothing but greed and power. It feeds the rich and starves the poor. It fuels the arms and oil industry. It creates enemies and allies. It creates lies and propaganda. Chorus. War, huh? Yeah. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Bridge. Why do we fight each other? Why do we hurt each other? Why do we waste our resources? Why do we waste our lives? Why can't we live in peace? Why can't we love each other? Chorus. War? Huh? Yeah. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Outer. War? Huh? Yeah. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. War. Alchemy. Alchemy is an ancient branch of natural philosophy and pro-scientific tradition that aimed to achieve various goals such as the transmutation of base metals into gold, the discovery of a universal cure for disease, and the discovery of a means of indefinitely prolonged life. Alchemy was practiced in many cultures such as China, India, the Muslim world, and Europe. Alchemy was based on the belief that everything is comprised of four elements: earth, air, water, and fire, and that by manipulating these elements through various processes, one could achieve the desired results. Alchemy also involved the use of symbols, secret codes, and mystical concepts. Alchemy was eventually discredited by modern scientists, but it influenced the development of chemistry, medicine, and psychology. Alchemy also inspired many artistic and literary works. Poem. Sure, I could try to generate a poem titled Alchemy. Here's one possible poem, Alchemy. They sought the secrets of the elements to master nature and its mysteries. They mixed and melted, boiled and distilled to find the essence of all things. They dreamed of gold and silver from the dust, of elixirs that could heal and bless. They searched for hidden signs and symbols to unlock the doors of knowledge. They were the alchemists, the wise and bold, the pioneers of science and of art. They were the seekers of the truth and beauty, the magicians of the mind and heart. Story. Okay, I can generate a story about alchemy. Here's what I came up with. The Philosopher's Stone. He had spent years studying the ancient texts, searching for the secrets of alchemy. He had experimented with countless substances, trying to find the right combination of elements. He had risked his life, his fortune, his reputation, all for the sake of his quest. He wanted to create the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary substance that can turn any metal into gold and grant eternal life to its possessor. He believed it was the ultimate goal of alchemy, the pinnacle of human achievement, the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. He had finally found it. He held a small red stone in his hand, feeling its warmth and weight. He marveled at the beauty and simplicity. He felt a surge of joy and triumph. He had done it. He had succeeded when so many others had failed. He placed the stone on a metal plate and took a piece of lead from his shelf. He touched the stone to the lead and watched it as it transformed into pure gold. He smiled, then laughed, then cried. He had created wealth beyond measure. He had created magic. He took the stone and placed it in a glass vial filled with clear water. He drank from that vial, feeling a rush of energy and vitality. He felt his body rejuvenate, his mind sharpened, his senses heightened. He had created life everlasting. He had created a miracle. He took the stone and placed it in his pocket, feeling its presence and power. He walked out of his laboratory, ready to face the world. He had created the Philosopher's Stone. He had created his destiny. Song. Sure, I can generate a song about alchemy. Here's what I came up with. Alchemy, verse 1. I've been searching for the secret, the formula to make it happen, the way to turn lead into gold, the way to make the old into new. Pre-chorus. I've been mixing and matching, trying different reactions, but nothing seems to work, nothing seems to change. Chorus. But then I found you, and everything was different. You were the missing ingredient. You were the catalyst. You made me feel something. You made me see something. You were the alchemy. You were the alchemy. Verse 2. I've been dreaming of this wonder, the miracle to make it better, the way to heal the wounds and the scars, the way to light the dark and the stars. Pre-chorus. I've been hoping and wishing, trying different visions, but nothing seems to help, nothing seems to shine. Chorus. But then I found you, and everything was different. You were the missing ingredients. You were the catalyst. You made me feel something. You made me see something. You were the alchemy. You were the alchemy. Bridge. You are the magic in my life. You are the reason I survive. You are the fire in my soul. You are the treasure in my goal. Course, 'cause I found you, and everything is different. You are the missing ingredient. You are the catalyst. You make me feel something. You make me see something. You are the alchemy. You are the alchemy. Outer. You are the alchemy. Paryushan 2022. According to the web search results, Parushan 2022 is the name of an upcoming Jain festival that will be celebrated by the Shambhar and Dagbahar Jain communities. Parushan is one of the most important festivals of Jainism, as is the festival of forgiveness, compassion, and self-purification. It lasts for 8 days for the Shimrambar Jains and 10 days for the Dankavar Jains. This year's Parushan will start on Wednesday, 24th August 2022 for Shambhara Jains and on Wednesday, August 31st, 2022 for Diglamar Jains. It will end on the 1st of September 22 for the Shambhar Jains and on September 9th for the Digmabar Jains. During Purusha, Jain devotees observe various practices such as fasting, meditation, prayers, discourses, reading of sacred texts, penances, worship, and seeking forgiveness from our others. The last day of Purusha is called Samarti, which is the most sacred day of the festival. On this day, Jains ask for forgiveness from all living beings by saying Makari Dukadam, which means, may all the evil that has been done be fruitless. They also forgive those who have wronged them and seek to restore harmony and peace. Parushan is a festival that aims to enhance the spiritual and moral values of Jainism, such as nonviolence, truthfulness, non-attachment, and self-restraint. It also helps the Jains to reflect on their actions and thoughts and to purify their souls from karmic bondage. It's a festival that celebrates the essence of Jainism and its teachings. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem titled Parushan 2020. Here's what I came up with. Parushan 2020. A time to reflect and repent, to seek forgiveness and mend, to practice nonviolence and compassion, to celebrate the soul's liberation. A time to fast and meditate, to study the scriptures and contemplate, to practice self-restraint and detachment, to attain the bliss of enlightenment, a time to honor the Trantukas, to follow their teachings and mantras, to express gratitude and devotion, to aspire for the ultimate salvation. Parushan 2020, a festival of peace and virtue, a journey of transformation and renewal, a celebration of life and truth. Story. Parushan 2022. Ria was a young Jain girl who lived in Mumbai with her parents and brother. She loved her family and her religion, but she also loved her friends and her hobby. She enjoyed watching movies, playing games, shopping, and eating out. She was not very keen on following the strict rules of Jainism, such as fasting, meditation, and avoiding violence. She always looked forward to Parushana, the most important festival of Jainism, because it meant a break from school and a chance to visit her grandparents in Ahmedabad. She loved spending time with them and listening to their stories. But this year, things were different. Due to the pandemic, her family could not travel to Ahmedabad. They had to stay at home and observe Parushan online. Ria was not happy about this. She felt bored and restless. She missed her friends and her normal routine. She did not understand why she had to fast and pray for 8 days. She did not see the point of asking for forgiveness from everyone she knew. She didn't feel any connection with the Tarkanturas, the enlightened beings who founded Jainism. She complained to her parents and brothers, but they did not listen. She told her that Purusha was a sacred time to purify the soul and attain peace. They told her that fasting and praying were ways of expressing gratitude and devotion to the Tirthankars. They told her that asking for forgiveness was a way of practicing nonviolence and compassion. Rhea did not agree with them. She felt that they were forcing the beliefs on her. She felt that they did not respect her choices and preferences. She felt they did not understand her feelings and thoughts. She decided to rebel against them. She secretly ate snacks and drank water when they were not looking. She pretended to pray and meditate, but she actually watched videos and played games on her phone. She refused to ask for forgiveness from anyone, even when she knew she had hurt them. She thought she was smart and clever, but she was actually foolish and ignorant. She did not realize that she was harming herself more than anyone else. She did not realize that she was missing out on a precious opportunity to grow and learn. One day, while she was sneaking some chips from the kitchen, she heard a voice in her head. It was soft and gentle, but also firm and clear. Ria, what are you doing? She looked around but saw no one. She thought she was imagining things. Who are you? She said. I am Mahavir, the 24th Tinkara of Jainism. Ria gasped. She could not believe it. How could Mahavir speak to her? Was he real or a figment of her imagination? Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, the one who attained enlightenment. Yes, Ria, I am here to help you. Help me with what? With your Purusha. Ria felt a surge of fear and guilt. She realizes that Mahavira knew everything she had done. He knew how she had disobeyed her parents and disrespected her religion. I'm sorry, Mahavira. Please forgive me. It is not me you need to ask for forgiveness, Ria. It is yourself. Myself. Yes, Ria. You need to forgive yourself for being ignorant and selfish. You need to forgive yourself for hurting your soul. My soul? Yes, Ria. Your soul is your true self. It is pure and eternal. It is the source of your happiness and peace. Then why don't I feel happy or peaceful? Because you have covered your soul with karmas. Karmas? Yes, Ria. Karmas are the consequences of your actions, words, and thoughts. They are like dust particles that stick to your soul and make it dirty. Dirty? Yes, Ria. Dirty with anger, greed, pride, and attachment. These are the four passions that cloud your vision and judgment. So how do I clean my soul? By following the path of Jainism. What is the path of Jainism? The path of Jainism is the path of right faith, right knowledge, and right conduct. What does that mean? It means you have faith in the Tirthankars and their teaching. It means you have knowledge of the nature of reality and your own self. It means that you have conduct that is nonviolent, truthful, honest, celibate, and detached. That sounds hard. It is, Ria, but it is also rewarding. How? By following the path of Jainism, you can reduce your karma and free your soul from bondage. Bondage? Yes, Ria. Bondage to the cycle of birth and death. What's wrong with that? Everything is wrong with that, Ria. The cycle of birth and death is full of pain and suffering, but also full of joy and pleasure. No, Ria, joy and pleasure are temporary and illusionary. They are like bubbles that burst as soon as you touch them. Then what is real? Only your soul is real. Only your soul can give you lasting happiness and peace. How do I know that? You can know that by experiencing it yourself. How do I experience it myself? By practicing Parusha. Parusha, yes, Ria, Parushanam is a special time to focus on your soul and its liberation. How does Parushan help me do that? Parushan helps you do that by giving you an opportunity to fast, pray, meditate, study the scriptures, ask for forgiveness, and celebrate the Trinkakas. But I don't like doing those things. That's because you don't understand their meaning or value. Then explain them to me. Okay, Ria, I'll explain to you one by one. Fasting is a way of controlling your body and its desires. Praying is a way of expressing your gratitude and devotion to the Tarkankras. Meditation is a way of calming your mind and its thoughts. Studying the scriptures is a way of gathering wisdom and insight from the Tarkankas. Asking for forgiveness is a way of practicing nonviolence and compassion towards yourself and others. Celebrating the Tankakras is a way of honoring their achievements and aspiring for their qualities. By doing these things, you can purify your soul and attain peace. Ria listened carefully to Mahavir's words. She felt a change in her heart. She felt a spark of curiosity and a glimmer of hope. She decided to give Parushan a try. She decided to follow Mahavir's advice. She decided to listen to her parents and respect her religion. She started fasting and praying and meditating and studying and asking and celebrating. She started feeling lighter and brighter and happier and peacefuler. She started seeing things differently and understanding things better and appreciating things more and loving things deeper. She started realizing the beauty and value of her Ushan. She thanked Mahavir for his guidance and his kindness and his wisdom. She thanked herself for her courage and her willingness and her growth. She thanked Parushan for its opportunities and its challenges and its rewards. Parushan 2022, a story of change and discovery, a story of faith and knowledge, a story of contact and liberation, a story of life and truth. Psalm, verse 1. Parushan is here again, the time to cleanse our soul, the time to fast and pray and meditate, the time to reach our goal. Chorus. We want to be free from karmas. We want to be free from pain. We want to be free from the cycles of birth and death. We want to be free like the Tortkankas. Version 2. Parushan is here again. It's time to learn and grow. The time to study the scriptures and the teachings. The time to know what we don't know. Chorus. We want to be free from karmas. We want to be free from pain. We want to be free from the cycles of birth and death. We want to be free like the Turkankas. Verse 3. Parushan is here again, the time to love and heal, the time to ask for forgiveness and forgive others, the time to feel what we don't feel. Chorus. We want to be free from karmas. We want to be free from pain. We want to be free from the cycles of birth and death. We want to be free like the Turkankas. Outer. Parushan is here again, the time to celebrate and rejoice, the time to honor the Turkankas and their glory, the time to raise our voice. We are free from karmas. We are free from pain. We are free from the cycle of birth and death. We are free, like Dr. Conklin. Occam's razor. Occam's razor is a principle of logic and philosophy that states among competing explanations or hypotheses, the simplest one is to be preferred unless there is evidence to the contrary. The principle is also known as the law of parsimony or the law of economy. The principle is named after the 14th century English Franciscan friar and philosopher William of Ockham, who used it to simplify and clarify his arguments. However, the principle was not invented by him and can be traced back to earlier thinkers such as Aristotle, Ptolemy, and Aquinas. The purpose of Occam's razor is to avoid unnecessary assumptions or complications in reasonings and to focus on the most relevant and essential aspects of a problem. The principle does not guarantee that the simplest explanation is always correct, but it suggests that is more likely to be true unless there is evidence to the contrary. The principle also does not imply that simplicity is an end in itself, but rather a means to achieve clarity and understanding. Occam's razor has been applied in various fields of knowledge such as science, mathematics, logic, theology, and philosophy. Some examples of its applications are in astronomy. Copernicus used Occam's razor to argue that the heliocentric model of the solar system is simpler and more elegant than the geometry model of Ptolemy. In biology, Darwin uses Occam's razor to support his theory of evolution by natural selection over other competing theories that involve supernatural intervention or multiple origins of life. In physics, Einstein used Occam's razor to derive his special theory of relativity from two simple postulates instead of relying on more complex assumptions or equations. In philosophy, Wittgenstein used Occam's razor to argue that language should not be multiplied beyond necessity and that the meaning of a proposition is determined by its use in a specific context. Poems. Sure, I can try to generate a poem titled Occam's Razor. Here's one possible poem. Occam's Razor. When faced with many questions and doubts, when searching for the truth among the clouds, when reasoning with complex and obscure thoughts, when trying to solve the puzzles of the world, remember Occam's razor, the rule of simplicity. Remember to cut away the needle's intricacy. Remember to prefer the plain and clear. Remember to avoid the vague and weird. For often the simplest explanation is the best. For often the simplest solution passes the test. For often the simplest answer makes most sense. For often the simplest way leads to confidence. Story. Sure, I can generate a story about Occam's razor. Here's one I came up with. The simplest solution. He was a detective. She was a journalist. They met at a crime scene where they were both investigating a series of murders. He was looking for clues. She was looking for stories. They clashed and cooperated, but they also felt a mutual respect. They decided to work together to solve the mystery that baffled the police. They had several suspects, each with a motive and an alibi. They had several theories, each with evidence and flaws. They had several questions, each with answers and doubts. They applied Occam's razor, the principle that the simplest solution is usually the correct one. They eliminated the unnecessary assumptions, the irrelevant details, the complicated scenarios. They focused on the central facts, the logical connections, the simple explanations. They solved the case. They found that the killer was none of their suspects, but someone they had overlooked, someone who had no motive but a mental disorder, someone who had no alibi but a clever disguise, someone who had no pattern but a random choice. They found that the killer was the janitor. He had access to all the crime scenes where he cleaned and planted false clues. He had a fascination with death and violence, which he exposed by killing innocent people. He had a knack for blending in and escaping notice, which he used to avoid detection. He was the simplest solution. They confronted him, and he confessed. He showed no remorse, no emotion, no reason. He said he killed because he could, because he wanted, because he felt nothing. He was the simplest solution. They arrested him, then he went to jail. He faced justice, but he did not care. He lived in his own world where nothing mattered. He was the simplest solution. They celebrated their success, then they kissed. They felt a connection, a spark, a meaning. They decided to stay together, to explore the relationship. They were the simplest couple. Song. The simplest song. Verse 1. There are so many things in life that we don't understand. There are so many puzzles and mysteries that we try to solve. Pre-chorus. But sometimes we make it too hard. We add too much complexity. We lose sight of the truth. We lose sight of the simplicity. Chorus. That's why I use Occam's razor, the principle of the simplest solution, the idea that the easiest answer is usually the right one. Verse 2. There are so many people in life that we don't know. There are so many faces and names that we try to remember. Pre-chorus. But sometimes we make it too hard. We add too much diversity. We lose sight of the essence. We lose sight of the similarity. Chorus. That's why I use Occam's razor, the principle of the simplest solution, the idea that the easiest answer is usually the right one. Bridge. I don't need to complicate things. I don't need to overthink things. I just need to simplify things. I just need to use Occam's razor. Course. That's why I use Occam's razor. The principle of the simplest solution, the idea that the easiest answer is usually the right one. Outer. This is the simplest song. This is the simplest song. This is the simplest song. This is Occam's razor. Monroe Institute. According to the web search engine, the Monroe Institute is a nonprofit organization that provides experimental programs for the personal exploration of human consciousness. It also serves as a research facility investigating the evolution of human consciousness and making related information available to the public. The Monroe Institute offers various programs such as the Gateway Experience, explores various states of expanded awareness through direct experience. This program uses sound technology to guide you into different levels of consciousness known as focus levels. Guidelines. A Monroe Institute classic for more than 40 years, Guidelines is second in popularity only to Gateway Voyage. It is designed to help you access your inner guidance and use it to make better life choices. Energy medicine. Whether you simply want to alleviate your own pain, or you're a Reiki seasoned practitioner, this program will teach you how to use energy healing techniques for yourself and others. Beyond Earth Life. Explore the infinite space of Focus 27, plus other areas of unexplored consciousness. This program is for those who want to go beyond the physical realm and discover what lies beyond death, and more. You can browse all the programs on their website or contact them for more information. Poem. Sure, I can try to generate a poem with the title Monroe Institute Gateway Experience. Here's what I came up with. Monroe Institute Gateway Experience. I enter the gateway with an open mind and heart. I listen to the sound that guides me to the start. I explore the levels of my consciousness and beyond. I discover new dimensions that I never knew were on. I meet my inner self and other beings of light. I learn from their wisdom and their love and insight. I expand my awareness and my potential and power. I transcend my limitations and my fears and doubts. I return to the gateway with a grateful mind and heart. I thank the sound that guided me to the part. I exit the gateway with a new mind and heart. I remember the sound that opened me to this art. Story. Sure, I can try to generate a story with the title Monroe Institute Gateway Experience. Here's what I came up with. Monroe Institute Gateway Experience. Anna has always been curious about the nature or reality of consciousness. She had read books, watched documentaries, and listened to podcasts about various topics such as near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, astral projection, lucid dreaming, and more. She wanted to experience these phenomena for herself, but she didn't know how to do it safely and effectively. That's why she decided to enroll in the Monroe Institute Gateway Experience program. She had heard about the Monroe Institute from a friend who had attended one of their programs and raved about it. She said it was the most amazing and transformative experience of her life. She said it opened her eyes to a whole new world of possibilities and potentials. Anna was intrigued and excited. She booked a flight to Virginia and packed her bags. She arrived at the Monroe Institute campus and checked in. She was greeted by a friendly staff member who showed her to her room. She unpacked her belongings and looked around. The room was simple but comfortable. It had a bed, a desk, a chair, a closet, and a bathroom. It also had a pair of headphones and a CD player on the nightstand. Picked up the headphones and put them on. She pressed play on the CD player and heard a soothing voice. Welcome to the Monroe Institute Gateway program. You are about to embark on a journey of self-discovery and exploration of consciousness. This program will use sound technology to guide you to different levels of focus, known as focus levels. Each focus level corresponds to a different state of consciousness and a different dimension of reality. You will learn how to access and navigate these focus levels at will, using your own intention and attention. You will also learn how to use these focus levels for various purposes such as healing, learning, creativity, guidance, and more. The sound technology you will use is called hemisync. Hemisync stands for hemisympath synchronization. It is a pattern process that uses audio signals to synchronize the activity of the left and right hemispheres of the brain. This creates a state of whole brain functioning that allows your mental abilities and your perception of reality. HemiSync is safe and easy to use. All you have to do is relax, listen, and follow the instructions. You will hear different sounds in each ear that will create a third sound in your head. This third sound is called a binary beat. The binary beat will entrain your brainwaves to a specific frequency that corresponds to a specific focus level. You will also hear verbal guidance that will help you understand what you're experiencing and what you can do with it. The verbal guidance is not mandatory. You can choose to follow it or ignore it as you wish. The most important thing is to trust yourself and your own inner guidance. You are in control of your own experience. You can go as deep or as shallow as you want. You can stay as long or as short as you want. You can explore as much or as little as you want. You can repeat or skip any focus level as you want. There's no right or wrong way to do this program. There's only your way. Remember, this is your journey. You are the explorer. You are the adventurer. You are the gateway. Anne felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. She was ready to begin her journey. She closed her eyes and listened to the sound. She entered the gateway. Song. Sure, I can try to generate a song with the title Monroe Institute Gateway Experience. Here's what I came up with. Verse 1. I've always wondered what's beyond this world. I always wanted to see what's out there. I always dreamed of exploring the unknown. I always felt there's much more to me than here. Of course, that's why I'm going to the Monroe Institute. That's why I'm doing the Gateway Experience. That's why I'm listening to the sound technology. That's why I'm opening my mind and heart. Verse 2. I'm ready to dive into different levels of consciousness. I'm ready to discover new dimensions of reality. I'm ready to meet my inner self and other guides. I'm ready to learn from their wisdom and love. Of course, that's why I'm going to the Monroe Institute. That's why I'm doing the Gateway Experience. That's why I'm listening to the sound technology. That's why I'm opening my mind and heart. Bridge. I know this is a journey of self-discovery and growth. I know this is a challenge and an opportunity. I know this is a gift and a responsibility. I know this is a gateway to my true potential. Of course, that's why I'm going to the Monroe Institute. That's why I'm doing the Gateway Experience. That's why I'm listening to the sound technology. That's why I'm opening my mind and heart. I'm going to the Monroe Institute. I'm going to the Monroe Institute. I'm going to the Monroe Institute. I'm going to the Monroe